Chapter 266, Queen Bee. Chapter 0266, Queen Bee. Yu Zhong. Jing Yun glanced at Yun Chang, then looked at the 03 rifles his subordinates were holding and frowned. After Yun Chang came into the possession of these guns, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Even if the 23 knife-wielding members of her Vermilion Phoenix Triad were to rush up, they would only become riddled with bullet holes. Jing Yun hesitated for a moment before saying, "I can't make the decision. I need to confirm with Lu Jiejie. Please wait here first." Qing Yu eyed Jing Yun in front of Yun Chang and said coldly, "Go. I will only wait for an hour. After an hour, if you still haven't come to a decision, don't blame me for being rude. Women still deserve a little leeway after all." Qing Yu saw the determination of the 23 women in front. If Jing Yun were to give the order, these crazy women would definitely engage in an all-out battle. He was reluctant to slaughter them. Jing Yun heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately sent one of her subordinates to go report back to their headquarters. "Big sis, what do we do?" A dark-skinned woman of huge stature and big limbs asked softly, looking towards her leader, Lu Yujiao, who had extremely slender legs, bountiful curves, and exquisite looks. "Pretty looks? Smart? Welcome to another member of the harem." Scattered applause. Another concubine on the list. Lu Yujiao was not a simple woman. She was also extremely capable and calculating. At the initial stages of the apocalypse, she had manipulated countless numbers of men to sell themselves for her. As one can imagine, this ensured her survival in this cruel world. After that, she came to a small power, and before long, with the exploitation of her looks and strength, she managed to steal away those women who were constantly abused by the people within that small power and established her Vermilion Phoenix Triad. Lu Yujiao was extremely intelligent. She specialized in looking out for women who had received abuse or humiliation, and by extending a little helping hand, she gained the fierce loyalty of these women. At the same time, she trained them up to become fighters that could hold their own against men. These women who had lost their self-respect and everything in their lives, having been given a second chance, became Lu Yujiao's most loyal supporters. Lu Yujiao frowned as she pondered quietly. "Yu Zhong, it really is him. This time, it's hard to get out of this." Lu Yujiao had also recently gotten wind of Yu Zhong's fame. She had insiders within SY County's government, and although they weren't very high-ranking, their information was still relevant. The fact that Yu Zhong had murdered the director of the tax bureau Yuan Yeshan had caused waves and reached her ears. Someone who could murder the director of the tax bureau and still get away with it, if he wanted to snuff out the Vermilion Phoenix Triad, it would be beyond simple. "I need to meet him personally." Lu Yujiao stood up, and her eyes flashed with a resolute glint. While her personal strength might not be enough to overcome Yu Zhong, the only method she had left was to convince him. "Big sis, let me go with you." Lu Manyu, another beauty with long black hair, delicate and fair skin, and pretty features, stood up and told Lu Yujiao. A group that consisted entirely of females would find it extremely hard to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Lu Manyu was responsible for public relations. Just with her efforts alone, she managed to source for the protection and backing of a few powerful factions. Due to that, Vermilion Phoenix Triad could stand on equal grounds with the Black Tiger Gang as well as the Azure Dragon Triad. Without a strong backing, any small force would not be able to stand up to the government. Just a few policemen could annihilate the entire triad. Lu Yujiao maintained her stance and said, "No, this time I have to go personally. Otherwise, our Vermilion Phoenix Triad will truly cease to exist." Lu Yujiao passed on some commands to her two sisters. "If I can't come back, you all should disband. If they get you all surrounded, just surrender." "Big sis! Big sis! Let me go with you." Lu Manyu, Zhang Lili looked and shouted loudly for Lu Yujiao to change her mind. However, the Vermilion Phoenix Triad leader did not give a second look, as she left with big strides. Yu Zhong glanced at the Lady Lu Yujiao in front of him as he asked indifferently, "So you are Vermilion Phoenix Triad's leader Lu Yujiao?" Lu Yujiao was currently standing in front of Yu Zhong clad entirely in tight black, with black leather boots and a whip hanging by her waist accentuating her explosive figure and fully exuding her commanding charm. Lu Yujiao smiled lightly towards Yu Zhong, as she did not hold back with her appeal. "That's right. I am Lu Yujiao. Boss Yu, this time I've come to plead the same case as the Black Tiger Gang, that is for you to let us Vermilion Phoenix try it off. As long as you let us off, from today onwards, I will bring the Triad to follow your lead." While Lu Yujiao could not compare to Zhuo Yadong or Zhou Yanxue in terms of absolute beauty, she knew how to use her attractiveness effectively. So naturally every single move of hers was done with calculation to attract and move hearts. That, coupled with the strong independent character she had forged for herself, gave a strong intense desire in men to dominate her. However, these men usually became the stepping stones on her path. Yu Zhong looked coldly at Lu Yujiao, and his eyes did not even contain a hint of excitement. "State your price. As long as you offer something worthy, I will let you continue living." Amongst Yu Zhong's harem, he had 3 absolute beauties. He wasn't the sort that would be fazed by more beauties. Lu Yujiao's charm was ineffective against him. Ulamog, ha ha ha, ye teammates of little faith. Yu Zhong is too picky for this chick. Lu Yujiao saw that her charms did not work on Yu Zhong, and she finally revealed her last resort. "Bullets? I'm not sure if you will be interested in making bullets? You know how to make bullets?" Hearing Lu Yujiao's words, Yu Zhong's eyes finally shone with a hint of anticipation, and the gaze he had for Lu Yujiao was also different. "No. Not me." Seeing that her final resort had worked, Lu Yujiao lightly smiled, before continuing. "But I know someone who does." Yu Zhong finally revealed a smile. "Very good. As long as you hand the person to me, I will let your Vermilion Phoenix try it off. However, as Xinglong Street, Nanshan Street, and Xingye Street are under my control, your Triad will have to leave." Bullets were hard to manufacture. While Yu Zhong now had men who could reinstall bullets, the amount was not much. However, Yu Zhong did not possess the skill to manufacture bullets, and reinstalling bullets had its cons. One of that was that the reused bullets had low accuracy. Bullets that were not accurate were of no threat to zombies, and having new bullets was an issue that weighed heavily on Yu Zhong's shoulders. If Yu Zhong could manufacture his own bullets, his forces would increase their fighting capabilities. The Vermilion Phoenix Triad was nothing compared to the skill. "Boss Yu, I have one more request." Lu Yujiao continued to look at him with her round eyes. "I hope to follow in the Black Tiger Gang's footsteps and join your faction, to work for you. While the fighting capabilities of our Vermilion Phoenix Triad may not be on par with your subordinates, we are extremely efficient with our information gathering. If you need, we can become your eyes and ears." "Fine." Yu Zhong looked at Lu Yujiao, and lightly laughed as he promised her. This was a smart woman, and she knew how to get to where she wanted. With Yu Zhong as a backer, the Vermilion Phoenix Triad could only expand further. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was not possible to survive without a strong support, one would only be bullied without it. Yu Zhong gave an order to Lu Yujiao. "I have a mission for you. Within 5 days, I want the entire Xinglong Street, Nanshan Street and Xingye Street to be cleansed of the riffraff, thieves and liars. They are to be captured and brought to me. I will give you 10.03 rifles with 300 bullets, and send some experts to assist you guys. Those who resist are to be executed on the spot." "Yes, Boss Yu. I will carry this out," Lu Yujiao replied excitedly. On the other side, the Black Tiger's Yun Chang also received the same mission. In the following 5 days, the Black Tiger Gang and Vermilion Phoenix Triad joined forces and engaged on an extensive sweep of Xinglong Street, Nanshan Street as well as Xingye Street. They ended up capturing all the hoodlums, liars and thieves and sent them to Yuzhong. They were after all the leaders of their groups and were extremely well informed of the territories, so these riffraff could not escape their attention. After the 5 days, all 3 streets had transformed into a safe and secure place. The hoodlums, liars and thieves were all forced to become a coolie battalion and made to clean all 3 streets, as well as to clean up the ditches of the dirty water and smelly contents. Whoever was caught littering or anyhow doing their business was thrown into the coolie battalion and made to do corrective work order. Soon, no one dared to relieve themselves nor litter on the street. The hygiene on the streets became a lot better. After cleaning up the 3 streets, they were split into 8 different gangs, each gang possessing 50 to 60 fighters, and the total number was over 500. After the 8 gangs were established, they immediately sent a request to SY County to seek permission to search for items on the outskirts. After obtaining approval, these 8 gangs brought people and left SY County, when they just disappeared, with only a few coming back. After these 8 gangs disappeared, not long after, another 8 gangs were established, and again they gathered over a few hundred survivors. After some time, these new gangs again sent a request to be allowed to go out to search for resources. They left and disappeared in the same manner. Through this method, Yuzhong covertly smuggled a number of the survivors in SY County out. Chapter 267, Assassination Attempt. Chapter 0267, Assassination Attempt. Yuzhong looked to the extremely skinny and cultured-looking Gao Ming, who seemed 37 or 38, and asked, "You know how to create bullets?" Gao Ming flinched a little before replying, "I do know how to make bullets. However, without the proper tools and materials, I can't do it." Creating bullets was not a simple matter. Without the right tools and materials, even an expert would not be able to make them. Yuzhong continued, "Where can I find the items you need?" Gao Ming immediately began to reply with a torrent of words. "Long Hai County? I was the technical director of the XXX machinery plant in Long Hai County. In the machinery plant, there is an entire set of tools that can create bullets, as well as materials enough to create 1,000,000 bullets. Furthermore, the XXX machinery plant has some barrel manufacturing tools." From Gao Ming's info, Yuzhong discovered that within Long Hai County, there were factories that specialized in manufacturing all sorts of ammunition. There were also factories that made mortars, grenades, and even artillery shells. If they could subdue Long Hai County, then Yuzhong's army would stand to benefit hugely. Should I make an attempt to attack Long Hai County? Hearing Gao Ming's words, Yuzhong was thinking quietly to himself. Currently, whenever Yuzhong wanted to send his forces out to clear the zombies around his strongholds, he could only send 3 out of his 7 battalions. The remaining 4 had to always be on guard in case SY County attacked. If he sent out a huge force to Long Hai County, and SY County were to suddenly backstab him, then Yuzhong would be in danger. Long Hai County had over 700,000 zombies, and it wasn't a small number. Furthermore, the zombies were continually evolving, and were not as easy to kill as before. At that time, the reason SY County had been easily subdued by the military was due to the fact that not only was the military well equipped, the zombies had not yet evolved to a fearsome level. Now that the zombies were continually adapting, the 700,000 zombies were stronger than a 700,000 zombie horde of the initial apocalypse by a wide margin. If Yuzhong wanted to thoroughly eliminate the zombies, he would have to expend a huge force. After pondering a while, Yuzhong decided to abandon the plan to set out for Long Hai County, as the threat of SY County was still too huge to ignore. "Go back to Qinyuan County first. I appoint you as the production director in the ammunition production department with a rank of lieutenant. Once you are in Qinyuan County, immediately train up a group of people. Even if it's in theory, it's fine. Once I've obtained the materials and tools, we will have to start production straight away. As long as there are bullets manufactured, I will appoint you as the deputy minister of the department with a rank of captain. If you can manage to manufacture grenades, then I will appoint you as the minister, with a rank of major. As long as you work hard, if you want to be an official, I will confer upon you the official position. If you want women, you will get women. Yu Zhong stared at Gao Ming as he said this clearly. Gao Ming's eyes filled with warm tears, as he replied in a loud voice. Thank you, boss Yu. Thank you. I will definitely work hard for you. Gao Ming was a technical person, and unless he met with some fortune, he was basically useless. He could not even hope to compare with the likes of a farmer. As a farmer had more strength and energy than him, the farmer could at least fight and risk it all. In the post-apocalyptic world, a farmer or villager who could fight and dared to risk gained benefit. Before meeting Yu Zhong, Gao Ming had been living on meal to meal, day to day. If it wasn't for Queen Bee Lu Yujiao accepting him, he might have already become a pile of bones. Lu Yujiao had an astute foresight. She knew Gao Ming was useless to normal triads, but to stable powers with ambitions, he was a treasure that was hard to come by. Therefore, it was considered that due to her sharp foresight, she saved the Vermilion Phoenix triad, as well as gifted Yu Zhong with such an impressive technical worker. After settling Gao Ming, Yu Zhong strode towards the outside. Left turn, mark. As Yu Zhong came close to the river, he saw Chen Shirtu currently training the 400 survivors he had just gathered. Chen Shirtu had grown to become an outstanding commander after countless hours of training, and he was extremely adept at training new recruits. Therefore, Yu Zhong had specially arranged for him to be transferred over to train these survivors. These 400 survivors were currently decked in green military clothes, and were training diligently under Chen Shitu's orders. After joining Yu Zhong's power, they could eat their fill every day, and even meet from time to time. This led them to feel extremely grateful to Yu Zhong, and they gave their all during training. It must be clear that there were countless people who were envious of their current good fortune, and if they were to be eliminated, someone else would immediately fight to gain their position. When Yu Zhong appeared on the street, the initially dirty and smelly alley had been cleaned up. The numerous reeking piles and puddles of noxious human waste that appeared everywhere was nowhere to be seen, and the litter had long been cleaned up, giving the entire street a clean and fresh feel. The target has appeared. Just as Yu Zhong was walking alone in the street, Su Chen, who had been lying in ambush for an entire 7 days in Xinglong Street, gave the order, his eyes flashing dangerously. At that moment, Yu Zhong felt a strong sense of impending danger, and he immediately activated his shadow steps, before retreating backwards swiftly. With 3 loud bangs, 3 bullets from indeterminate locations shot over towards Yu Zhong. While Yu Zhong's reaction was extremely fast, out of the 3 snipers, 2 were top snipers of the military, and the remainder had the sniper specialization skill. Yu Zhong managed to dodge 2 of the sniper bullets, but was shot in the right shoulder by the last bullet. The force of that sniper bullet was fearsome. Upon impact, even the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar hide that Yu Zhong was wearing could not cancel out the force, and Yu Zhong felt as though an expert had used his entire strength to blast him, fracturing a bone. This was under the condition that Yu Zhong had high endurance. Be aware that if it was any normal person, even donning the various hides as protection would still definitely have their entire shoulder blasted apart and they would be unable to move. Even Yu Zhong found that he could not utilize his right arm after that shot. The moment the attack landed, Su Chen had already brought 8 experts and rushed over. Furthermore, there were 2 other experts hiding in another room, and they looked at Yu Zhong as they started to chant different magical incantations. These skills were dropped from the God and Devil system, and though they required a long casting time, their might was immense. The moment they launched the attack, even Yu Zhong would be annihilated by the skill. Yu Zhong glanced at the two chanting experts, and a chill appeared in his eyes. He quickly drew a .03 rifle in his left hand and fired frenziedly towards the two chanting assassins. A dense hail of bullets was fired at the two assassins, when all of a sudden a huge bear appeared in front of the two assassins. The enormous bear used its massive body to block the assault. This was one of the skills that the two experts possess, summoning a beast to block Yu Zhong's attack. Su Chun brought the 8 experts as they all launched their attacks on Yu Zhong. The attackers used their hands to hit the ground forcefully, and a huge spear shot towards Yu Zhong from underground, aiming for his waist. Yu Zhong's face instantly changed as he moved his body in a flash, and dodged the incoming underground spike. His immediate response was to raise his gun at Su Chun and the other 8 experts and once again, spray and pray wildly. Ulamog. So this is a term kind of used to say one pulls the trigger and simply unloads the magazine hoping to hit the target. Usually it's in reference to a machine gun or a weapon with very high rates of fire. I.e., more bullets, higher chance of hitting something. Enhancers were still human after all, with the exception of those with overpowered defenses. Guns still posed a threat to most enhancers. Amongst the group of assassins, one lunged forward and waved his hands to activate a psychic barrier skill. Yu Zhong's bullets floated in the air and were immediately dispersed by the psychic barrier. 3 of the agility-based assassins activated their shadow steps, pushing their speed to the maximum. They attacked while wielding daggers, and came from 3 different directions to lock Yu Zhong down. An assassin with the firearms control skill pulled out a .05 submachine gun and fired at Yu Zhong wildly. Another 2 strength-based assassins also activated their skills. The both of them were lugging a large hammer and a mace respectively, each weighing over a 100 jin, as they rushed towards Yu Zhong. Those huge hammers and mace type of weapons were extremely effective for strength-based enhancers to wreak havoc among normal humans. With the swing of the 2m long mace, regardless of one's swordplay or blade skills, it was useless. Su Chun icily kept his eyes on Yu Zhong like his prey, preparing to activate everything at a moment's notice. Immediate summon. Yu Zhong activated this skill in an instant, and white bones appeared from goodness knows where, and stood in front of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong activated his encompassing bone armor, and the bullets from the .05 rifles bounced off his body. Yu Zhong's right shoulder was temporarily incapacitated, and his strongest weapon, the anti-tank rocket launcher, could not be utilized to deal with these assassins. Plan B. He looked towards the assassin with the firearms control skill and activated his art of fear skill. A huge oppressive aura assaulted the mind of the assassin, and he threw up fresh blood, before he fell to floor with horror in his eyes, and died with a twisted expression. At the same time, he extended his palm, and 3 bone spears shot towards the agility-based assassins. The eyes of the 3 assassins were filled with shock and dread, as they hastily retreated, trying to escape the reach of the bone spears. However, while they were fast, the speed of the bone spears was faster, and within a few blinks, the 3 assassins had been pierced in the heart, head and throat, before they fell to the ground twitching in death. While Yu Zhong was taking care of the 4 assassins, the other 2 strength-based assassins took advantage of the time to rush to Yu Zhong's side. Arriving there, they yelled as they swung their weapons downwards ferociously. If the attacks landed, even if Yu Zhong was covered with the bone armor, he would definitely suffer heavy injuries, maybe even death. Chapter 268, Tragic Victory. Chapter 0268, Tragic Victory. Chapter 268, Tragic Victory. Yu Zhong's feet shifted and his body flashed, dodging towards the side. Yu Zhong had just stepped to the side, when the sniper with the sniper specialization skill fired another shot. An armor-piercing round immediately shot towards Yu Zhong's body, shooting through his waist, and smashing a piece of bone armor. Sniping a moving target from afar was a really hard feat to accomplish. Prior to the apocalypse, the sniper was already a top sniper. Coupled with the sniper specialization skill, and even allocating a skill point to it, it allowed his sniping skills to reach unprecedented heights. He could efficiently utilize an ultra-long-range sniper rifle with his dynamic skills. The other two snipers also fired at Yu Zhong continuously. It was fortunate that they could not achieve the type of overpowered firing that their comrade was exhibiting. As their bullets landed on Yu Zhong's sides, it gave him a sort of pressure. At the same time, it also limited his movement space. Yu Zhong took a deep breath as his danger perception skill was pushed to its maximum, reminding him of the fearsome hold the snipers had over him. Once he became careless, he would absolutely suffer some injuries from them as well. This was the most dangerous situation he had ever been in since the apocalypse. Compared to the mutant beasts and zombies, humans were much more intelligent and could utilize their skills as a team. Even if their skills could not match him individually, when together, they created an extremely tough situation for Yu Zhong to handle. Yu Zhong's body continually flashed about like a specter as he made his way towards a small ditch. He had the confidence to be certain he could kill the two strength-based assassins in 2 breaths. The problem was that while killing them, he would suffer the magic incantations of the spell-casting experts. The magic incantation skills possessed a frightening power, and the best way to deal with it was to kill them before the process was finished. If they released the skill, Yu Zhong would face a larger problem. Yu Zhong's speed was inhumane, and only an agility-based evolver or those enhancers who focused on agility growth could surpass him, as illustrated by the fact that Su Chun and the rest were not even able to catch up to Yu Zhong's afterimage. Right at this time, Su Chen's eyes flashed with a domineering chill as he activated his vertical gravity skill on Yu Zhong. In that instant, Yu Zhong felt his body becoming heavier, even much heavier, as a gravitational force 3 times that of usual pressed down on him. It severely constrained his speed. Damn it! Yu Zhong's eyes glinted fiercely in anger. With his speed now, wanting to escape to the other side of the ditch would only result in him becoming a target for those expert snipers. With the pursuit from the assassins behind, he would have to pay a hefty price to even think of escaping to the ditch. The small assassin team led by Su Chun had incredible teamwork, and their methods vicious. Their exemplary teamwork managed to come up with counters to each and every ability of Yu Zhong's. Of course, having made so many preparations, they were well prepared just to force him down a road of despair. You want my life? You'll have to pay for it first. A maniacal killing intent surfaced in Yu Zhong's eyes as he charged towards the strength-based assassins. Seeing that Yu Zhong was rushing over, the heavy weapons-wielding duo grinned in delight as they waved their massive weapons towards Yu Zhong to crush him. After all, with his speed it would be impossible for him to dodge their attacks completely. Yu Zhong did not show any hints of dodging in his actions. Instead, he activated his Art of Fear skill as he ran, and the fearsome monstrous aura spread out with Yu Zhong at the center. Those within a certain circumference could not escape the terror. The 2 strength-based enhancers were enveloped by that soul-chilling aura nearly immediately. As their spirit stat was low, they could not defend against its assault and fell to the ground, terrified and broken. Yu Zhong's Art of Fear also reached Su Chun. It was somewhat expected though that while Su Chen's spirit was not as high as Yu Zhong, it wasn't low either. All he felt was a little headache, as he swiftly retreated backwards in response. That crappy excuse. Yu Zhong wanted to rush towards Su Chun but was suddenly hindered when the assassin possessing the ground manipulation ability struck the ground, and a sharp spike rose from the earth in front of Yu Zhong, almost bifurcating him at the crotch and thoroughly blocking his advance. Yu Zhong opened his right palm and shot a bone spear towards the ground, propelling him upwards as he spread his legs to avoid the tip of the spike and angled himself perfectly in descent. The result was a beautiful-looking maneuver followed by Yu Zhong shooting fiercely towards Su Chen like an arrow. The assassin wielding the 05 submachine gun took out a hand grenade at this time and threw it at Yu Zhong. With a bang, the grenade exploded in front of Yu Zhong. A fearsome amount of shrapnel flew out, causing Yu Zhong to be blasted backward. Yu Zhong tried to dodge at the first moment, but was still heavily struck by the sudden attack from the grenade, and parts of his encompassing bone armor were shattered and sent flying by that attack. Fortunately, the shrapnel and resulting explosion did not affect his body that was boosted by his high endurance. Go die! While in midair, Yu Zhong looked towards that assassin with a 05 submachine gun and activated his art of fear skill. The assassin wielding the 05 submachine gun immediately went rigid with fear as he curled up and let out a soundless scream while struggling, before he spat out a mouthful of blood and died. Seeing this scene, the assassins with the psychic barrier and ground manipulation skills immediately felt fear. This was the first time they saw someone being killed off by such an ability. Right at this time, the two assassins muttering their incantations finished the chanting. Their level 2 skills Rapid Fireballs and Great Wind Blade finally activated, as 5 bright red fireballs like a row of pearls and the wind blade shot towards Yu Zhong. If there was a special characteristic of the God and Devil system spells, it was that as long as a user had used his or her spirit to lock on to the target and finish casting the spell, the activated spell would definitely hone in on the target. Due to this, Su Chen had selected 2 of his strongest enhancers with magic skills to deal with Yu Zhong. Break for me! Yu Zhong faced the fearsome rapid fireballs and the great wind blade. His eyes flashed as he activated his Devil Flame skill, and with a wave of his right hand, he instantly expended 50 spirit points and 20 stamina points to produce a huge fireball that met the attacks of the spells head-on, exploding upon impact. Under the catastrophic explosion, the rapid fireballs and great wind blade dispersed violently. However, they were after all level 2 skills, and had undergone enhancement. They managed to break past the Devil Flame fireball, and exploded on Yu Zhong's body, knocking him back 6-7 meters when they hit. He crashed into a nearby building violently, resulting in a huge hole amidst dust and debris. Fire attribute skills tend to be more offensive, while ice attribute skills tend to favor defense. If Yu Zhong had obtained an ice attribute skill, then as a spirit-based evolver, he would just have to expend the necessary amount of force to deal with the attacks. While the Devil Flame was devastating in terms of its destructive power, it did little to protect Yu Zhong, and was of not much use to block the remaining attacks. Su Chen saw that Yu Zhong had received the full brunt of the explosion, and he immediately rushed towards Yu Zhong's position swiftly. He wanted to make sure Yu Zhong was dead. If not, he would make use of the chance to end Yu Zhong's life. Su Chen didn't have much time left. The battle had caused a huge disturbance, and Yu Zhong's subordinates were most likely on their way. The moment they arrived, if Yu Zhong was not dead, then their assassination would be a failure. Su Chen made his way hastily towards the large hole, when a sharp-boned spear suddenly shot out from the settling dust, aiming for Su Chen's head. Seeing that the bone spear was almost going to penetrate Su Chen's brain, the assassin with the psychic barrier skill activated his skill, and a transparent wall appeared in front of Su Chen, preventing the bone spear from piercing through. Yu Zhong leapt out from the hole right after. By this time, the encompassing bone armor on his face had already been blasted away. His hair was burnt black, and even his eyebrows were burnt off. He had multiple wounds across his face and on his chest. There was even a deep slash piercing through the bone armor. Fortunately, the Type 2 black scaled boar hide was sturdy. There was only a long white scar on the hide that was a result of the great wind blade. After jumping out from the debris, Yu Zhong felt his whole face burning in pain, as though someone was spraying him constantly with a high-pressure hose. His high endurance had saved him once again. If it had been less than 60 points, he might have lost his life to those spells. I want to see how your psychic barrier will block this." With that, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a murderous glint, and the devil flame appeared in his right hand again. Expending yet another 20 points of spirit to mold it into a spear, he threw it with all his might. The devil flame spear shot towards the heart of the psychic barrier enhancer. The psychic barrier user had gotten on Yu Zhong's nerves for the last time. Without him, Yu Zhong had many chances to wipe out the rest of the assassins. The psychic barrier user was taken aback, as he raised his hands and conjured another transparent wall in front of him. The devil flame spear Yu Zhong molded exploded violently on the transparent barrier, and the resulting force broke the barrier into pieces. The flying pieces struck the enhancer's face, and at the same time, the enhancer was assaulted by the intense flame and explosion. Ah! The psychic barrier enhancer could only let out an anguished scream, as he was enveloped by the fearsome devil flames and was lit ablaze. The result was that he almost instantly died a most miserable death, with noxious charred-smelling smoke billowing off of his crispy corpse even after the flame died out. Su Chen's eyes flashed coldly as he directly raised his hands, and intended to throw a grenade towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong waved his hands and a .05 submachine gun appeared in his left hand, as he raised it and fired wildly at Su Chen. Su Chen did not dodge the small-caliber fire. Instead, his body seemed to emit a strange holy light, preventing the bullets of the .05 submachine gun from penetrating. Su Chen swung his hands, and another hand grenade flew towards Yu Zhong. With a bang, even though Yu Zhong tried to dodge, under the effect of the 3 times gravity, his movement was too slow. Of course, this made him affected by the resulting explosion of the grenade, propelling him through the air for 6 meters, while the shrapnel cut into his head. The flying debris caused numerous ugly wounds again to his already painful face. Yu Zhong pointed towards Su Chen and raised a finger, as a huge fireball and an ice pick was conjured out of thin air, viciously smashing onto the protective aura surrounding Su Chen. The protection of Su Chen had its limits as well. After the force of the fireball and ice pick, the strange light vibrated, before it disappeared entirely. Su Chen's face was cold by this time, and his eyes flashed with a hint of frenzy, as he knew he could not escape Yu Zhong's pursuit. He also abandoned all hopes of escaping. Instead, he threw out another grenade with extreme haste. Yu Zhong jumped to the side, and he waved his hand, pulling out his stinger, firing 3 times rapidly at Su Chen. 3 stinger bullets landed on Su Chen's skull, and with a light puff of blood proceeded to bore through, directly causing it to explode into pieces. The pink pulpy brain residue splattered violently out the back and sprayed onto the ground behind Su Chen with a sickening series of glop noises. The grenade exploded not far from Yu Zhong, and the blazing explosive force blew Yu Zhong back 7 meters as he slammed into another wall violently, with bits and pieces of shrapnel again cutting into his face and body, adding on to the amount of injuries. Yu Zhong coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, and stood up and checked Su Chen, who had just been shot in the brain by him. He couldn't help but give a high evaluation of this person in front of him. Not only was Su Chen thoroughly ruthless towards Yu Zhong, he was the same towards himself. He didn't even leave behind a path of retreat. If Yu Zhong wasn't an evolver, the assassination attempt this time might very well have succeeded. After eliminating Su Chen, Yu Zhong swiftly advanced, wanting to detain the rest of the assassins. However, when he rushed out, he realized they had already fled the scene. By this time, Chen Shirtu had brought 100 guards as they rushed over, and he asked worriedly, "Commander Yu, are you all right?" Yu Zhong sullenly gave the order. "Immediately conduct an investigation, go notify Qing Yu, get him to bring men and set off for the SY County area. Whoever attacks, they're free to retaliate. They cannot open fire first, and whoever dares to stop the investigation, let them know about the assassination attempt on me." Chen Shirtu saw Yu Zhong full of wounds, and his heart was filled with unbridled fury as he replied, "Understood, Commander Yu." Chen Shirtu quickly brought men to search every single household of the 3 streets. Not a single person resisted. They were all frightened as they watched on, not daring to hinder the investigation. On the other side, Tring Yu brought over 100 soldiers that were recently undergoing training, carrying their 03 rifles as they rushed towards the downtown area of SY County. The over 100 soldiers carrying 03 rifles was a fearsome force. Watching Tring Yu bringing these men into SY County gave rise to a lot of shock and panic amongst the masses. Chapter 269, Restraint. Chapter 0269, Restraint. Chapter 269, Restraint. The entire SY city was startled by the sudden wail of sirens constantly sounding out as police squadrons hurried over one after another. As they arrived, they grouped up, forming many blockade lines. The 100 riot policemen stationed nearby were also rapidly mobilized to form a defensive line at the front. Tring Yu brought people over, only to see that those policemen hadn't actually opened fire yet. The survivors had occupied various bunkers and were armed, beginning to face off against the police. "Hello to the little brother over there. I am the bureau chief of the police station Niu Jinbao. I don't know what has happened to cause your side to start a riot like this?" A fat, middle-aged man with a massive beer belly and reeking of the sweat streaking down off him in waves, used a loudspeaker to shout loudly towards Tring Yu's side. Niu Jinbao was extremely hesitant to engage in a battle with Tring Yu's side. If both sides started to fight, it would be very difficult to avoid casualties. He himself certainly didn't wish to die. Moreover, if he were the one to fire the first shot, then things would get troublesome from then on. Tring Yu threatened coldly. "You people actually dare to try assassinate our commander Yu? Do you really think that we're that easy to bully? If you don't give us a confession, then we will have no choice but to fight it out. Even if the battle carries on until only one man is remaining. We will not give up on our revenge." Niu Jinbao replied loudly in an appeasing manner. "Misunderstanding. This is only a misunderstanding. You wait a moment. First, let me go to Mayor 1 to quickly make a report. Think carefully. This matter should only be a misunderstanding. You guys should first disperse, alright?" Tring Yu continued to threaten icily. "Humph. We will wait here. I will wait 4 hours for you. If 4 hours have passed and I still don't see Wen Baoguo or Pengmingda, then we will launch an attack. Even if we all die in battle here, our 4,000 brothers in Ningguang County will still avenge us." Tring Yu was also very clear on the fact that Yu Zhong was rather unwilling to engage in battle with SY County. However, if it continued in this way, that loftiness would become even more difficult to dissolve. They would only be able to obtain greater benefits by being more aggressive. Niu Jinbao wiped off some cold sweat and called over his own assistant Wu En, speaking in a stern voice. "Wu En, I want to go see Mayor 1, so this place will be left to you. Remember, don't provoke the opposing side, and we also must not fire the first shot. If anything happens, you'll be the only one responsible." "Got it." Glancing at Niu Jinbao, Wu En replied coldly. This Niu Jinbao's ability was much lower than that of Wu En's. It was just that Niu Jinbao was good at currying favor and had various supporters behind the scenes. Those were the only reasons for why he was able to firmly step down on Wu En's head, hence Wu En naturally held Niu Jinbao in contempt. After leaving commands for Wu En, Niu Jinbao immediately got into a car and hurried towards Wen Baoguo's office. He reported everything from the beginning to the end. "What? Yu Zhong was met with an assassination attempt? Has he died or not?" Hearing Niu Jinbao's report, Wen Baoguo's face paled and he asked solemnly. The matter of Yu Zhong's life and death directly affected SY City's attitude towards his forces. Niu Jinbao lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, I don't know. You just said Yu Zhong's subordinate brought troops over to confront you. Wen Baogua's eyebrows furrowed as he continued to question. Niu Jinbao quickly replied, It is like this. A hint of disappointment flashed past Wen Baogua's eyes. Then he should still be alive. Otherwise his subordinates wouldn't have all fought their way over here and fail to keep this sort of restraint. If Yu Zhong did die, the huge force he had established by himself would definitely fall apart, making it just right for SY City Base to send out troops and eliminate those forces, to eventually become the true overlord of the entire region. Yu Zhong's side and SY City had both restrained themselves from battle because both sides had similar battle strength. Even if one side forcefully annexed the other, the winning side would still suffer disastrous damages. Wen Baogua contemplated for a while, before standing up and striding out of his office. I am SY City's Mayor Wen Baogua, here to see Yu Zhong. Wen Baogua rushed up very quickly to the front lines of the two sides' confrontation and said to Qing Yu, Please enter. Qing Yu glanced at Wen Baogua and leaned sideways, allowing him to pass through. Without showing any signs of fear, Wen Baogua thus proceeded to stride into the streets by himself without any bodyguards. Currently, the three old streets were very heavily guarded, warriors armed with Type 03 rifles defending each and every road, coldly watching everything that was happening. All the gangs, such as the Black Tiger Gang and the Vermilion Bird Gang, began to move out while inquiring everywhere for information about the assassination or assassins. 15 warriors of the Special Combat Battalion had also returned, each of them concealing themselves in the vicinity of the villa in which Yu Zhong was residing. With such tight security, it was simply impossible for anyone to make an attempt on Yu Zhong's life again. Inside the villa, Wen Baogua saw the nearly disfigured Yu Zhong lying on a bed with his head nestled in Tong Xiaoyun's embrace. His face was covered in swollen purple lacerations and burn marks. A small puddle of blood had run down his body and dyed the sheets crimson from the numerous wounds everywhere on him. He almost didn't dare to believe that the near-disfigured man before him was actually Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong glanced at Wen Baogua and spoke tersely, his voice overflowing with killing intent. Mayor Wen, you've come. SY City's security really is substandard. Today I almost died in SY City. SY City really does have skilled individuals in hiding, making me really want to go on a killing spree and use artillery to plow through this place at once. If you and Secretary Peng are unable of giving me justice, then just let me use cannons and bayonets in exchange for justice instead. Yu Zhong, you mustn't be impulsive. Today's matter, none of us wanted to see it. I will make people properly investigate this incident and bring you justice. Wen Baogua's eyebrows furrowed as he spoke in a low voice. He didn't actually believe that SY City's military strength was weaker than that of Yu Zhong's. If they fought though, both parties would definitely suffer huge losses. He was afraid that Yu Zhong was as rash as he was young, and might really bring all his troops to fight it out with SY County's military. Yu Zhong stared at Wen Baogua and spoke in a heavy tone. Su Tianyang. The person who wanted to assassinate me is Su Tianyang. There were a total of 15 enhancers above level 10 who came to kill me today. 3 of them were expert snipers, and it's obvious that only the military or government commands such experts. After coming to SY County, the only person I have not seen eye to eye with was Su Tianyang. I believe only he would have expended such forces. Therefore the only person who could have ordered the assassination is Su Tianyang. Wen Baogua frowned and he replied softly, This is just your conjecture. Do you have evidence? Without evidence you can't just go around spouting nonsense. Su Tianyang was after all the son of one of the 5 heads of the military. A person with such a background could not be slandered nor deemed guilty without evidence just because of Yu Zhong's words. Yu Zhong coldly stared at Wen Baogua. Evidence? Sure, I will find it for you. I'm tired. Please go back now. Please rest well then, Wen Baogua said as he walked towards the exit. Yu Zhong had actually gotten a treasure from Su Chen's body and was thoroughly exploring it. Level 3 Treasure, Sacred Arm Guard. Upon equip, Strength +2. It gives the user the skill Sacred Protection, which allows one to activate a barrier of sacred protection to protect themselves from a set amount of harm. Cooldown, 24 hours. Su Chen had used this sacred protection to protect himself as a last resort. However, Yu Zhong's attacks were too ferocious, and the sacred protection had not lasted more than a few hits before collapsing. Yu Zhong directly equipped the Sacred Arm Guard. Who knew if it might save his life at some critical juncture in the future? Su Tianyang was currently hiding within the military camp, his heart in turmoil. Why isn't he dead? Damn it! Su Chen, that useless fucker, couldn't even complete something as simple as this. He actually failed in killing that bastard Yu Zhong. Right at this time, Su Dongming walked in with a steely expression. Dad, why have you come? Su Tianyang immediately climbed off a serving girl's body, as he asked a little embarrassedly. Get out! Su Dongming looked at the absurd scene in the room, and he coldly told the few serving girls. They immediately grabbed their clothes and exited the room swiftly without turning their heads. Did you do it? Su Dongming stared at Su Tianyang as he asked. Su Tianyang hesitated a while before saying, No! You still dare to deny it? Su Dongming roared, thoroughly enraged. He then slapped Su Tianyang across the face harshly, causing his face to swell. Su Chen is dead. Lu Jun is dead. All because of you, you little bastard. I lost 8 experts. You still don't want to admit your mistake? Do you want to push me to the grave? While the number of experts in the military were numerous, to groom a high-level enhancer was not easy. Su Chen's assassin team was one of the 2 elite enhancers team that Su Dongming controlled. Since this time he lost 8 experts, Su Dongming could be considered to have lost 25% of his experts. Su Tianyang jumped up as he hollered loudly at Su Dongming, How was I in the wrong? Didn't you also want to kill that asshole Yu Zhong? I merely set out to do what you didn't dare to. I am your son. You hit me because of some mere outsider? Are you still my dad? After Mum left, you want to start mistreating me, right? Aren't you letting Mum down? Su Dongming was absolutely fuming as he pointed at Su Tianyang. Unfilial? You're an unfilial son. How did I have someone like you? This entire month, you're not allowed to leave the villa. You will stay here obediently. After which, Su Dongming left the room in anger. He only had Su Tianyang and had always pampered and spoiled him. This led to Su Tianyang having a domineering character. Each time Su Tianyang had done something wrong, he would have it intercepted on his behalf. Yu Zhong's assassination attempt shook the entire SY county. When Baogua and Peng Mingda met up to discuss, and ordered for the police to conduct an investigation throughout the county. It was just that those assassins had already hidden at Su Dongming's military camp. Regardless of how meticulous the police were, there were no results. Yu Zhong was quietly recuperating in his villa with the effect of his level 4 skill, regeneration. Within a day, his bones that had been shattered by the sniper bullets had finished mending. After just 2 days, the facial wounds from the fireball skill and countless shrapnel had closed up and recovered, to the point that one would not believe Yu Zhong had just suffered huge injuries 2 days ago. Is this intel for real? Yu Hong looked at Lu Yujiao in front of him. Definitely. Lu Yujiao replied confidently. Chapter 270. Revenge. Chapter 0270. Revenge. Yu Zhong gazed at Lu Yujiao and spoke, Very good. If this intel turns out to be true, after the matter is completed, I will definitely not treat you shabby. Many thanks, Commander Yu. Lu Yujiao broke out in a grin. The night was dark and the winds were strong, without even the barest sliver of moonlight. Everything was shrouded in darkness, and only a few areas were lit up in the entire SY county. The 5 heads of the military had conflicts of interest within one another, therefore there were 5 different residences set up within the military itself. Consequently, the distance between each of them stretched for a few kilometers. Under the cover of the pitch dark, Yu Zhong brought his special combat forces as they snuck towards Su Dongming's residence within the military camp. Lu Yujiao's vermilion phoenix had plenty of women, some good-looking ones at that. These women prostituted themselves in the military camps, at the same time, obtaining valuable intel as well as protection for the vermilion phoenix triad. Part of the recent intel gained was that the experts who tried assassinating Yu Zhong had been seeking refuge within Su Dongming's military camp. Yu Zhong carefully maneuvered his way to the front of the camp and saw 2 soldiers standing on guard. Yu Zhong gave Qing Yu a hand signal, and Qing Yu brought out a blowpipe, shooting a poison dart at one of the soldiers' neck. Upon impact, the soldier immediately grabbed towards his neck and struggled to keep his eyes open, before fainting to the floor. Yu Zhong instantly activated his art of fear skill on the other soldier, and under the assault of the mind-shattering fear, the other soldier died while foaming at the mouth. He even passed without a sound. The agility-based evolver Yao Yao, who had been standing by Yu Zhong's side, activated her shadow steps, and her entire body flitted towards the camp like a dark leopard in the night. Within just a few blinks, she was nowhere to be seen. Yu Zhong had already activated his encompassing bone armor, and led the special combat forces inside the military camp, only to discover that along the road, there were many soldiers' corpses, each and every one of them had their necks slashed. Yao Yao was a naturally talented agility-based evolver, and under the constant forging through battle as well as the strict training of the elite soldiers, she had developed beyond even the strongest soldiers of the world prior to the apocalypse. The moment she was near, even Yu Zhong would feel a headache. Those normal soldiers never stood a chance against her. While the soldiers were silenced one by Yao Yao, the rest of the special combat forces went to attach bombs on various armored tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, and even some helicopters as well. Inside the camp, Yu Zhong came across 5 tanks. It was a pity that his storage ring could not accommodate these beasts, otherwise he would have already swiped them all. Since he couldn't have it, no one else could have it as well. Yu Zhong decided to use his devil flame to open up holes inside those tanks and placed the time bombs inside. Along the way, whenever the special combat forces came across soldiers doing their patrolling, they would swiftly kill them. These warriors were, after all, specially selected and trained by Yu Zhong. In all reality, each and every one of them became enhancers above level 20. With their combat tactics learned, as well as having undergone all sorts of special forces training, they were nearly unstoppable. Very soon, Yu Zhong and his team arrived at the residence which the assassins were taking refuge in. Yu Zhong did not barge in directly, however. Instead, they surrounded the entire estate with timed detonation explosive. After finishing, Yu Zhong waved his hands in a predetermined signal, and the Special Forces soldiers assembled into 4 teams. As they dispersed to the various parts of the camp, placing more timed explosives as well as killing the other soldiers who were not even prepared. After approximately 15 minutes of slaughter, the special combat soldiers arrived back at Yu Zhong's side. Yu Zhong waved his hands once more, and the special combat warriors all left, leaving Yu Zhong alone. This time, Yu Zhong's motive wasn't to annihilate Su Dongming's forces completely, but to cause a huge ruckus. If it came to a clash to the death between his warriors and Su Dongming's forces, both sides would face heavy losses. Yu Zhong wasn't willing to lose these experts that he had painstakingly trained up. Time's up. Yu Zhong looked at his watch as he whispered silently to himself. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, sounds of explosions resounded one by one within the military camp, and the various armored vehicles and military equipment exploded into pieces, becoming piles of useless metal. The military residence buildings also exploded in a huge ball of fire, instantly crushing and killing the soldiers inside. Countless soldiers were plunged into utter chaos, as they ran amok, shouting at the top of their lungs. The entire camp was in a mess. The residence of the assassins also collapsed under the explosive assault, as the ceiling debris fell and buried the assassins within. Inside that particular building were the experts that Su Dongming had gathered with his utmost efforts. If they were to face off in a battle, even Yu Zhong would be forced to retreat. However, with one fell swoop, Yu Zhong had killed over 90% of them. With a hong, as some debris exploded outwards, a huge body rushed up towards the sky from the pile of rubble. Expert! Yu Zhong raised his eyes, and discovered it was an enhancer that had activated his werewolf transformation skill. This enhancer had actually managed to escape from the destruction. He was obviously an expert. In fact, Yu Zhong's guess wasn't off the mark. This werewolf transformation enhancer was an agility-based evolver named Luo Bufan. It turned out that Su Dongming had spent an exorbitant amount on him, and was also the first expert that Su Dongming had nurtured. As an agility-based evolver, when Luo Bufan activated his werewolf transformation, his speed had reached freakish levels, and there was nobody in the entire SY county that could face him. As well as the fact that he had enhanced his werewolf transformation 3 times, his other attributes gained tremendous boosts as well, to the point that even 12.7mm bullets could not penetrate his body, and 7.62mm bullets could not penetrate his skin. It was truly fearsome. Let me send you to your death. Yu Zhong eyed Luo Bufan, who had leapt out of the wreckage into midair, and he laughed coldly. Yu Zhong winked and hoisted a PF-98 anti-tank rocket launcher up. Click, click, boom. Mouthed Yu Zhong under his breath as he lined up the aim and shot at him. No! Luo Bufan saw the anti-tank missile, and his eyes flashed with wild desperation. His only thought as he shouted out loudly was to push his werewolf transformation to the maximum, as his muscles grew even larger and his fur coarser. At the next instant, there was a flash and a moment of muteness as the rocket landed on Luo Bufan's chest. The result was the creation of a stunning roar of flame and shrapnel. Even though he tried to resist with his valiant body, it still ended up with him roaring in denial as his body swelled up on impact and exploded into just so many semi-charred, meaty pieces covered in sizzling hair. Regardless of how fearsome the werewolf transformation is, he could not possibly withstand the might of a PF-98 anti-tank missile. Even Yu Zhong was not impervious to the might of an anti-tank missile. Enhancers might be strong, but they were not invincible. As long as the proper weapon was utilized, enhancers could be taken down like anyone else. However, compared to most normal people, those enhancers who were familiar with the modern weaponry were even more terrifying. Yu Zhong had never foregone any chance to learn about modern weaponry. Facing different enemies required different tactics after all. Yu Zhong proceeded to gather Luo Bufan's half-scorched head and left the chaotic camp. One by one, reinforcements poured out from different areas of the camp to help put out the fire and tend to the wounded. At the same time, the alarm was sounded and a search was conducted to capture any enemies. However, Yu Zhong had already long ago brought his men away, and the search turned up nothing. Even though there were conflicts amongst themselves, the moment Su Dongming's camp came under attack, the rest of the 4 powers had dispatched a battalion of soldiers each to assist. In just a short span of time, the entire camp was surrounded tightly. This was one of the reasons Yu Zhong had left the place swiftly. If he had delayed for just a while longer, he might have been trapped within. Damn Yu Zhong! Damn it! Damn you! Su Dongming looked at the scene of carnage, and his eyes flashed with a furious gaze. This time, his losses had caused him to almost spit out blood in anger. His tanks, helicopters, infantry fighting vehicles, and even howitzers were all rendered to little more than really expensive scrap metal. His entire force of 2,000 people had been reduced by 162 soldiers, and the experts he had gathered painstakingly were all decimated. This time, his power had dropped way below the rest of the 5 heads, which led him to hate Yu Zhong with a vengeance. The young sure are rash. Pingmingda took a look at the details concerning this case, and sighed. Although there was not a single shred of evidence that pointed to Yu Zhong, everyone knew in their hearts it was definitely a retaliation from him. No one had expected Yu Zhong's revenge to be so swift and vicious. In just one night, Su Dongming suffered unimaginable losses. Of his weaponry, he lost 2/3 of them, and lost nearly 200 men. The casualty rate was 10%. This led all the top brass of SY County to open their eyes and witness for themselves how ruthless Yu Zhong could be when provoked. In the meeting amongst the 5 military powers, Su Dongming submitted a proposal with an ashen face. "I reckon that we should gather the army and eliminate the vermin Yu Zhong. He dares attack our military. His guts have really reached the heavens. Today he dared launch an assault on me. Who's to say who he will target tomorrow? We need to work together and take care of this problem before he escapes." Shen Hongyang frowned as he gazed at Su Dongming and spoke softly. "Division Commander Su, do you have some proof that it was Yu Zhong? If not, how can we just take up arms?" Qian Weiman looked to Su Dongming and lightly smiled. "Division Commander Su, I feel that it's better if we proceed with caution and conduct a thorough investigation. We cannot possibly let a criminal off, but likewise we can't just blame a good person. Don't you agree?" Su Dongming frowned as he looked towards his ally Luo Tianyi and asked, "Old Luo, what's your take?" Luo Tianyi drew a long breath on his cigar, and spewed out a smoke circle. Without looking at Su Dongming, he thought for a while. "I think it's time for us to have a chat with Mr. Yu Zhong." Chapter 271. Assault Helicopters Incoming. Chapter 0271. Assault Helicopters Incoming. The surprise attack by Yu Zhong was executed extremely beautifully, not a single loss was suffered on his side. Meanwhile, he had eliminated an entire company of soldiers as well as destroyed almost 2/3 of Su Dongming's combat capabilities, displaying his keen sense for tactics and destruction. If Yu Zhong had set his sights on SY County, then the 5 heads of the military would definitely come together to take Yu Zhong down. However, this was a personal grudge between Yu Zhong and Su Dongming. They were not willing to risk it all just for Su Dongming. Based on Yu Zhong's prowess, if they couldn't eliminate him thoroughly, why try? Like some kind of cockroach, he would definitely come back, but more overpowered than before. Undoubtedly he would make them pay many times over. Su Dongming's expression grew steely as he asked Lu Huifeng, "What about you, Lu Huifeng?" "I have no stance. Whatever everybody's decision is, I'll follow." Lu Huifeng laughed lightly. He wasn't willing to entangle his forces with Yu Zhong either. There weren't many benefits to it to begin with. This was a personal score between Su Dongming and Yu Zhong, and he couldn't bear to expend any of his precious subordinates as sacrificial pawns. Su Dongming slammed the table and stood up as he turned to leave. Good. All of you may be scared of Yu Zhong, but I'm not. I'm going this instant to exterminate that bastard. Division Commander Su, please wait. Right at this time, when Baoguo pushed the door and came in, blocking Su Dongming. Su Dongming shoved Wen Baoguo aside with a steely expression. "Mayor Wen, I am going to go destroy that Yu Zhong. Whatever you have to say can wait until afterwards." Wen Baoguo once again blocked his path as he stared at him levelly and said in a clear voice, "Division Commander Su, do you have any evidence that it was Yu Zhong?" Su Dongming instantly bellowed back. "What bullshit evidence do we still need? It was obviously that motherfucking Yu Zhong's doing. Over 100 of my soldiers have died at his hands. You want I, your father, to swallow my anger?" Wenbaogwa maintained a serene expression and spoke quietly. "Yu Zhong also claimed that your son Su Tianyang had sent assassins after him. I remember that when I sent people to question you, you halted the investigation process demanding conclusive evidence, before you would hand Su Tianyang over to be interrogated. Now without any evidence, you want to take up arms against Yu Zhong. Isn't it inappropriate?" Wenbaogwa had previously sent people over to the military camp, wanting to subpoena Su Tianyang. However, Su Dongming had clamped down with his domineering attitude and did not even put the people Wenbaogwa sent in his eyes, as he directly refused Wenbaogwa's summons. Su Dongming coldly glared at Wenbaogwa, before pushing him aside, and strode out of the room, his voice echoing behind him. "Wenbaogwa, you best clean up your government first. If you want to touch my son, you better execute Peng Mingda's son first. Niu Jinbao, take your men and immediately evacuate the area." Wenbaogwa sighed, before he spoke into the walkie-talkie and gave an order to Niu Jinbao. It seems like the clash between Su Dongming and Yu Zhong was hard to avoid. "Withdraw! Withdraw! Withdraw quickly!" Niu Jinbao hollered, and brought all his policemen who were currently on standby at Yu Zhong's turf and left the front line. He wasn't willing to be embroiled in the imminent fight. Su Dongming gave a slew of orders, as companies of his soldiers gathered, and quickly boarded various armored vehicles. Under the command of 3 infantry fighting vehicles, they made their way towards Xinglong Street. Those powers in SY County with a strong intel outreach had gathered. At the same time, they sent people to report on the situation. A number of powers were making their preparations because the moment Yu Zhong was beaten to the ground, they would immediately join in and spit on Yu Zhong to reap some rewards. The long procession of armored vehicles and military weaponry arrived at a station near Phoenix Street. "They're here!" The special combat soldiers who were lying in wait at Phoenix Street saw the huge fleet, and their eyes flashed with a cold glint. Just as half the fleet entered Phoenix Street, Yu Zhong suddenly stuck his head out from inside a room and hoisted his PF-98, firing an anti-tank rocket towards the infantry fighting vehicle. With a flash, followed by a huge sound of explosion, the infantry fighting vehicle became a fiery ball of flame. This explosion was like a signal. Each special combat warrior lying in wait simultaneously rose from prone, and each of them were carrying a PF-98 as they all fired at different armored vehicles. Hong! Hong! The sounds of chain explosions rang out continuously. Under the sudden attack, many of the various infantry fighting vehicles and armored tanks exploded into balls of fire. There were flying soldiers ejected from blast sites, pieces and whole. The remaining ones were crying out in anguish amidst the flame while struggling to escape the hellish engagement. The sudden attack this time had destroyed over 23 armored vehicles, and the slightly more than 200 soldiers inside were instantly decimated. 2 companies of soldiers had died meaninglessly. Out of those 200 soldiers, there were 60 or more soldiers who formed the core of the experienced soldiers. With the deaths of these soldiers, the overall combat ability of Su Dongming's forces had diminished yet again. After firing those rockets, the Special Forces soldiers started to make use of their guns to pick off the other mostly scrambling warriors of Su Dongming. Within a short span of time, another 20 over soldiers had been killed. Under such a sudden and relentless attack, many of the new soldiers lost their will to fight and started to throw their weapons down and desert. The battalion commander Zhou Wei, that Su Dongming had trained up, executed a few of the deserters, before he called out with an utterly savage face, "No one is to desert. Whoever retreats will be executed." Zhou Wei's brain matter had exploded like tofu, red and white head chunks arcing in the sky. Very quickly, the flying pieces splattered on the ground moistly. Pap-a-pap. On the rooftop of a building about 2 kilometers away, he shifted his gaze coldly, looking for the next target. He had the sniper specialization skill, plus he had enhanced it twice, causing his sniping to reach a perverse level. Even from a distance of over 2 kilometers, he could do what a normal sniper might find hard to accomplish within a distance of 1 kilometer. With the existence of such a overpowered sniper, he could easily control a part of the battlefield by his own efforts. "Sniper! There's a sniper! Everyone take care!" one of the seasoned soldiers hollered. However, in the next instant that seasoned soldier had his brains bored through by a bullet as well, by he had skillfully silenced him with one well-placed shot. Ulamog, Kiltacular! Under the threat of death, those soldiers who had come here with the intent to fight started to waver. A number of the new soldiers had started to look for cover, not daring to risk their necks. Yu Zhong's sudden preemptive attack had caused a devastating blow to the soldiers of Su Dongming's 1st Battalion. However, this battalion was the one which contained a lot of seasoned soldiers, and after a number of their soldiers had met with mishap, the expert soldiers banded together and started to engage in an intense firefight with Yu Zhong's special combat warriors. Amongst Yu Zhong's special combat force, there were 6 extremely well-versed snipers. While the other 5 could not match up to Bai He, they were still extremely efficient snipers, and had hidden themselves at various elevated places. Their shots were continually picking off Su Dongming's soldiers, as their comrades around them watched them each die helplessly. The forces of Su Dongming were strong, and soon the unharmed soldiers of the 2nd Battalion joined in the fray. However, without the support of experts and under the control of the 6 elite snipers, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion found it hard to advance. Instead, they watched their own comrades getting killed off as well. The experts gathered by Su Dongming had been ambushed and killed by Yu Zhong. Thinly, whenever the snipers of the military had just stuck their heads out to line up a bead, they would be killed instantly by the 6 snipers on the rooftops. They served to restrict any form of personnel reinforcement. Right at this time, 2 assault helicopters appeared in the skies. Seeing the arrival of the 2 attack helicopters, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion, who had lost their morale, started to feel more bolstered. These assault helicopters were beasts of the air, and were the perfect counter to tank. Without any anti-air weapons, these helicopters were basically invincible. Yu Zhong's special combat force saw the 2 assault helicopters, and their eyes could not help but narrow in trepidation. The 2 assault helicopters swiftly arrived over the battlefield. With a flash, 2 rockets were fired and shot at one of the buildings. The flames engulfed it in a serious explosion, which instantly pulverized one of the special combat soldiers inside. After killing that soldier, the 2 assault helicopters began to fire continuously at the other buildings, destroying them and killing some of the survivors and special combat soldiers hiding inside. In just a few moments, 4 special combat soldiers had died under the ruthless slaughter of the 2 assault helicopters. This was the first time that they had suffered such losses on the battlefield. Every single one of the soldiers were decked in the black-scaled boar hide as armor, and their heads protected by helmets made in Big Stone Village. These helmets were further covered with a layer of the black-scaled boar hide. They basically revealed very little of their bodies. Unless they were shot in a location where there was no protection from the hide, it was hard for normal bullets to kill off any soldiers of the Special Combat Force. It was precisely due to their ample equipment that the casualty rate of the Special Combat Forces were shockingly low. Of course, they had fighting capabilities that were above most soldiers as well. Just as the assault helicopters were about to give them too much pressure and reduce morale, Yu Zhong had already jumped onto the roof of a tall building and lifted his trusty PF-98. He aimed quickly and fired a missile at one of the helicopters. With a heaven-rending flash, the rocket near instantly impacted on the helicopter's frame, and the explosion caused the helicopter to blaze valiantly before falling to the ground in a ball of smoking shrapnel and fire. The other helicopter immediately turned and tried to leave. Yu Zhong, however, had already activated his art of fear skill. When he did, he directed it towards the pilot of the assault helicopter, bypassing the metal shell and shocking him with it. The pilot's face twisted, as he threw up crimson foam and slumped on to the controls. The assault helicopter wobbled and accelerated before crashing into another bungalow, and exploded with a huge batum. The entire bungalow was correspondingly reduced to rubble by the explosion. How is this possible? He actually destroyed 2 assault helicopters. It's too scary. Is he still human? The soldiers under Su Dongming watched the scene from afar, and their eyes all flashed with fear and shock. Their morale instantly dipped lower than before. The assault helicopters were their strongest killing machines and trump card. Regardless whether fighting against zombies or these small factions, they were extremely efficient. Wiping out a small power faction only needed the appearance of the assault helicopter, and it could thoroughly rout them. Su Dongming had been at the forefront of the 5 heads because of his possession of these assault helicopters. However, last night, Yu Zhong had decimated a huge part of his force, and hence he had no choice but to bring these 2 monsters to bear. Seeing the 2 assault helicopters destroyed by Yu Zhong, the morale of the Special Forces soldiers soared. In the remainder of the firefight, they completely suppressed the soldiers of Su Dongming's 2nd Battalion. Especially the snipers on the rooftops led by Bai He, they were consistently picking off the commanders and seasoned soldiers. For them, suppressing the soldiers and preventing them from even regrouping to fight as a force was the only goal. After destroying those 2 assault helicopters, Yu Zhong swiftly made his way towards Su Dongming's direction. After having lost their experts, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion found it hard to retaliate against the suppression from the 6 snipers. However, the military still had a weapon that could deal with Yu Zhong's forces, and it was the heavy artillery. As long as the military did not care for the cost of the usage, which was the survivors in the Phoenix Street, as long as they fired a shot and flattened the entire street, other than those snipers who were hidden further away, all of the special combat forces would instantly become ash. Su Dongming's 2nd Battalion was weaker than the 1st Battalion, however. The moment they saw Yu Zhong passing by, they immediately fired a hail of rounds at him. Yu Zhong's body constantly flitted to and fro, evading the rain of bullets every way he could. At the same time, he constantly threw a few grenades in the midst of the soldiers wherever he went. This obviously caused 2 things: them to be blasted to their deaths, and a lot of crimson blood splattered everywhere. The commander of the 2nd Battalion, Wu Mingyi, stood at the front lines and observed it all, before giving an order through the microphone. The 2nd Company moved to the right. 3rd Company switched to the rockets. Use the rockets to blast him. Purring. The sound of a lone gunshot rang out. Wu Mingyi's brain exploded, the now familiar, chunky brain matter splattering on the ground. Commander! Commander! The soldiers near Wu Mingyi instantly cried out in despair. After losing the command of Wu Mingyi, the pressure on Yu Zhong decreased a lot. The soldiers saw that the light weaponry had no effect on Yu Zhong, and decided to switch to using the mortars. Surely with these, the grenade launchers and hand grenades they possessed, they could fill the land with a purgatory of flame and finally kill him. The soldiers all rapidly took aim. The clink of falling grenade pins and safeties being removed heralded hell as they fired them all simultaneously at Yu Zhong. Chapter 272 Devil Flame Destruction. Chapter 0272 Devil Flame Destruction. Yu Zhong had activated his Shadow Steps skill at the first moment, and his speed instantly exploded out. He ran, charging straight through the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion like a gust of wind. The large-scale heavy ammunitions could only hit his shadow. At the same time, Yu Zhong's danger perception was utilized efficiently in the hail of bullets. Amongst the dense barrage, even Yu Zhong would find it hard to completely evade every single bullet. He chose to dodge the ones that posed the most threat, while allowing the weaker rifle bullets to hit his body and bounce away. As the commander of the 2nd Battalion had his head blasted, Su Dongming's 2nd Battalion was thrown into chaos. Those heavy weapons that posed the most danger to Yu Zhong were not utilized properly. This allowed Yu Zhong to directly pass through the defense of the 2nd Battalion. After breaking past their defenses, Yu Zhong discovered the 3rd Battalion currently flanking Phoenix Street from the right. The 4th Battalion was kept by Su Dongming as backup. Although Su Dongming held the position of division commander, he only held 4 battalions worth of power, consisting of almost 2,000 people. This time, in order to completely wipe out Yu Zhong, Su Dongming had brought everything, not intending to hold back. Yu Zhong had just broken past the defenses of the 2nd Battalion, when Su Dongming finished assigning 2 squads to start firing wildly at Yu Zhong with their rockets and grenade. Hong! Hong! The sounds of explosions rang out continuously, as round after round of rockets chased Yu Zhong closely as he dodged, causing destruction everywhere. Although Yu Zhong's speed could not compare to the rate of firing of the rockets, it was enough for him to accelerate to dodge the trajectory. Each time the rockets locked onto him, he would respond at the very last critical moment and evade it. If he didn't have the danger perception skill, just based on his current enhancement, Yu Zhong would definitely not dare to weave in and out of the enemy's constant firing. He's really hard to deal with. Su Dongming was currently holed up in the operations center. He was using unmanned reconnaissance drones to observe the fighting, and he stared fixedly at Yu Zhong while gritting his teeth. Just one Yu Zhong alone had caused such mayhem amongst a huge part of his army. Without Yu Zhong, he would have already conquered Phoenix Street a long time ago. As Yu Zhong was dodging, he constantly threw out hand grenades, and these grenades landed on those soldiers attacking him. The constant explosions ensured that a number of soldiers would also be taken out. The 1st and 4th Battalion were Su Dongming's elite forces, as well as the battalions with the most number of seasoned veterans. They were extremely tough and resilient, and were keeping Yu Zhong at bay, preventing him from coming too close. Soon, there appeared in the distance 2 mobile platform howitzers. Damn it! Damn it! What do I do? Yu Zhong was starting to become frantic, as he ran to different cover to adjust his firing angles. Pretty soon, they would begin shooting. Their effective range was over 1,000 meters, and this distance was beyond what he could do with his PF-98. Resolving the issue with the 2 companies of soldiers in front of Yu Zhong still required more time. If this dragged on, those 2 howitzers would definitely pose a problem to his special combat forces. Let's go all out. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with chilliness, and he activated his Devil Flame. Upon activation, he expended 30 spirit and 10 stamina to condense it into 2 huge spears. Yu Zhong threw the Devil Flame spears at the 2 howitzers with all his might, and they shot towards the howitzers like arrows. As the Devil Flame spears were a product of Yu Zhong's ability, their effective range was as far as Yu Zhong's vision. However far Yu Zhong could see, the Devil Flame spears could be thrown that far. Additionally, with Yu Zhong's robust spirit power, its hit rate was 100%. Under the guiding of Yu Zhong's sight, the 2 Devil Flame spears penetrated the armor of those howitzers, before the fiery hot flames engulfed the 2 howitzers, turning them into balls of fire. With the sounds of explosions, the 2 howitzers combusted, destroying them and blasting into flaming pieces. While his Devil Flame's defense capability could not compare to that of ice, its destruction capabilities vastly outstripped it. It was due to its fiery destructive nature that it could totally annihilate the howitzers at a distance of 1 kilometer. At the same time, the remaining howitzer fired its shot as well. Following the sound of explosion, a building on Phoenix Street was directly blasted apart by the artillery shell. Hot flames enveloped the building, directly burning the occupants and 1 special combat force soldiers inside. The heavy ammunition from the howitzer was one of the most fearsome weapons in warfare. Just a single shell could decimate an entire building. Even someone hiding in any part of the building would be unable to escape from the destruction. What a fearsome guy! Inside the operations command center, Su Dongming saw the 2 howitzers destroyed from a distance of over 1 kilometer by Yu Zhong, and his eyes flashed with shock. After destroying the 2 howitzers, Yu Zhong felt exhausted. He glanced at the 2 companies of soldiers in front of him, before making his way towards the 3rd Battalion without looking back. He had already tested and found the 1st and 4th Battalions to be the toughest to deal with, hence the 2nd and 3rd Battalions should be full of new and inexperienced soldiers. These inexperienced soldiers had the weakest fighting morale and will. As long as one shakes them up enough, they would become desperate. Those 2 companies that were in charge of hunting Yu Zhong saw that he was retreating, and one of the companies rushed out to give chase. However, Yu Zhong immediately fired wildly, killing 6 of the soldiers, before the rest hastily retreated behind cover. Yu Zhong quickly caught up with Su Dongming's 3rd Battalion. They were currently engaged in an intense firefight with the survivors that Yu Zhong gathered in Sy County led by Chen Shirtu. The majority of the soldiers in the 3rd Battalion of Su Dongming were new soldiers. Only a few seasoned veterans were among the ranks, so their fighting capability was low. Yu Zhong, on the other hand, had gathered a battalion's worth of new soldiers, and similarly had a few seasoned warriors leading them. However, the party on defense usually had a slight advantage. Su Dongming's 3rd Battalion had been trying relentlessly to break past Chen Shida's point, but was always pushed back. In fact, they left behind many corpses, and soon it was turning into a firefight with no result. The 2 sides were constantly firing from behind cover, ammunition was expended like crazy, and yet both sides' losses did not amount to much. Right at this time, Yu Zhong had directly charged into the command post of the 3rd Battalion and fired wildly for a while. This led to the deaths of all the commanders within the 3rd Battalion. With a Hong, Su Dongming's 3rd Battalion command post was directly destroyed by the grenade Yu Zhong threw. "We've lost. We've lost. Our commanders have all perished. Everyone, let's escape. If we still stay on, we're going to get trapped here." Yu Zhong had blown apart the command post of the 3rd Battalion. Afterwards he used his .05 submachine gun to fire continuously and killed people, as he hollered at the top of his voice. When the soldiers saw their own commanders blasted to smithereens, they were all shaken. Some even threw their weapons down and began fleeing wildly, while some others continued to put up a resistance. The entire 3rd Battalion was thrown into chaos, with sounds of crying, shouting and calling out ringing out everywhere. Chen Shirtu took advantage of this time, and selected a company worth of soldiers to rush in. The attackers swiftly killed those soldiers who were devastated. The soldiers of Chen Shirtu were also new soldiers and weren't up to standard in terms of warfare. If the enemy decided to counter and if they were successful, he would have lost control of this battalion. Therefore, he only dared to send in a company's worth of soldiers to complement Yu Zhong's assault. Under the 2-pronged attack, the soldiers of Su Dongming's 3rd Battalion lost all bearings and started escaping in all directions. Yu Zhong focused on picking off those who were staunchly standing their ground, adding further to the devastation. The company that Chen Shirtu ordered to attack also managed to capture over 100 prisoners of war. However, Su Dongming's reaction was fast as well. He swiftly gave the command to rout 2 of the elite companies within the 4th Battalion to assist the remnants of the 3rd Battalion. After Chen Shirtu sent out a company to attack, he saw the 2 companies of Su Dongming approaching from afar and immediately retreated. Without enough cover, the soldiers under him would not dare fight against the elite soldiers of Su Dongming head-on. Yu Zhong was still weaving in and out, firing his .05 submachine gun, using grenades and rockets to entangle with the 2 companies of soldiers. Although these soldiers were the elite under Su Dongming, Yu Zhong's ease of dealing with them showed just how terrifying his abilities were. One by one, the seasoned veterans fell under Yu Zhong's hands, causing the morale to break down amongst the two companies, and it was only a matter of time before they were totally annihilated. Shen Hongyang walked to Su Dongming and spoke deeply. "Cease the fighting? Su Dongming, if this continues on, you will just squander the soldiers' lives meaninglessly." Su Dongming had gone beyond reason by this time, and had the look of a lost gambler as he looked towards Shen Hongyang and asked loudly, "Shen Hongyang, lend me 2 battalions of soldiers. As long as we work together, we can definitely bury Yu Zhong here." Shen Hongyang immediately refuted. "Then what? He only had a new battalion here. Even if you decimate this motley crew, it wouldn't be a huge loss to him. He still has 7 battalions back at Ningguang County. He could just easily activate them and send them to attack us. I can't think of a valid reason to waste my precious soldiers' lives just because of your personal feud with him. Su Dongming, cease this pointless fighting. There's still time to do so." If the 4 army heads really joined Su Dongming and attacked Yu Zhong now, Yu Zhong would definitely suffer a huge defeat. However, all he was utilizing now was a bunch of newly trained soldiers. The moment he deployed the elite soldiers of his, even if the rest died, it wouldn't be a huge loss to him. Chapter 273, Master of Negotiations. Chapter 0273, Master of Negotiations. After witnessing the terrifying strength of Yu Zhong and his special combat forces, the other 4 heads of the military were not willing to clash against him and risking their all. The only exception was if it was a case where Yu Zhong crossed their thresholds. Su Dongming looked towards the other 4 heads. All of them did not say anything, instead just silently looking at him. They would definitely not send their troops out. "Everyone retreat!" Su Dongming looked towards the screen again, just in time to witness another 2 soldiers being blasted to death by Yu Zhong's grenade. He grimaced as he gritted his teeth and issued the humiliating order. After the command had been given, all his subordinates retreated orderly. Yu Zhong stood alone and continued harassing them with shots from the sides, continually causing more deaths. After Su Dongming's forces had gathered, Yu Zhong still didn't relent, and swiped his ring to take out a sniper rifle. Aiming the weapon skillfully, he continued to snipe another 13 soldiers, and by that time, Su Dongming's forces had left the area. Yu Zhong saw Su Dongming's forces really retreating from the area, and he heaved a huge sigh of relief. This time, fortunately, the other 4 heads had stood aside and did not participate. If there was any additional major power joining in, Yu Zhong could only retreat and bring his special combat forces with him. While Su Dongming's forces had retreated, Yu Zhong's own forces had no energy to give chase as well. Although the special forces were strong, if they left their cover and chased the enemy in the wild, it would be a disaster. When Baogua found Yu Zhong and directly said, "Yu Zhong, this matter should end here. I hope you pull your forces back and leave from here. The remaining matters we have, I hope we can come together and discuss about this. If you continue to wreak havoc, the government will not stand idly by." Yu Zhong's expression turned frosty as he spoke softly, "Mayor 1. This time Su Dongming, that bastard, had actually moved against me. I had lost a few of my brothers. If he doesn't give me an explanation, I will not let this go." The war this time had cost Yu Zhong a number of people. The list included 5 of his special combat forces, and over 30 of the soldiers from the newly recruited survivors. When Baogua frowned lightly as he replied back, "You have lost only tens of people. Su Dongming has lost over 400 people and 100 missing people to you guys. You have already taken the advantage. Yu Zhong, please don't go overboard. Our patience has its limit." This time, Yu Zhong had thoroughly crippled Su Dongming's force. A large number of his weapons had been destroyed by Yu Zhong as well. Even the elite 1st Battalion was wiped out by Yu Zhong. The 3rd Battalion was thoroughly defeated, while over 40 veterans of the 4th Battalion also lost their lives. The 2nd Battalion had suffered greatly while fighting against Yu Zhong's Special Combat Forces. Su Dongming had become the weakest link amongst the 5 major heads. When Pei Shan could not bear it and pleaded with Yu Zhong, "Yu Zhong, just fall back for now. If you continue, many more will die." "Fine. I will give Pei Shan face. I will temporarily withdraw my troops. You would do well to heed my words, Mayor One. Su Dongming, that bastard, came and attacked me with no rhyme nor reason, and he has to give me a suitable explanation." Yu Zhong decided to back off, not before he warned Wen Baoguo. After all that fighting, Yu Zhong also did not wish for it to continue. If he insisted on it, the other 4 heads of the military would definitely not sit idly. By then Yu Zhong would have made an enemy out of the entire Sy county, with neither side backing down. "Thank you." When Pei Shan gave a sweet smile to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had agreed to withdraw his troops on her behalf, and it made her extremely happy. She honestly felt that her position in Yu Zhong's heart must have risen by a number of points. Yu Zhong brought his troops away from Phoenix Street as promised, and retreated back to Xinglong Street. The battle between Yu Zhong and Su Dongming had shaken the entire Sy county. Everyone was quietly awed by Yu Zhong's strength. Even those who had wanted to take the opportunity to join in on the Yu Zhong bashing party were sorely disappointed and slinked away. The 2 gangs that came to be under Yu Zhong, Black Tiger Gang and the Vermilion Phoenix Triad, rose in status amongst the people in Sy County. The rest of the factions all lowered their heads to curry favor with the 2 gangs. No one dared offend them anymore, adding on to their imposing manner. 2 days later, in the government's council meeting room where the 5 military heads, the 2 government heads and Yu Zhong have all gathered for negotiations. Su Dongming looked at Yu Zhong, his expression frosty as he spat out his words. "Yu Zhong, you brought your men to conduct a sneak attack on my military camp. Your attack ended up killing 162 of my soldiers, as well as destroying my equipment. I can let that go, but what guts you have, to dare ambush my army. Do you not put the people of Sy County in your eyes?" Yu Zhong cocked his brow in challenge and likewise pointedly asked back, "Su Dongming, you say I attacked your camp, do you have the proof? If not, don't malign me. As for ambushing your army, what a joke, you had sent them to attack me, I was merely protecting my own interest and retaliated. Don't tell me it's fine for you to attack me and I'm not supposed to fight back, where's the logic in that? But, coming back to that, why did you send people to assassinate me? Fortunately, my years are not up, otherwise I would have died at your hands. You think I'm easy to bully? If you provoke me, even if it means fighting to the death with you, I will activate all 7 of my battalions. I will call out all my 4,000 good brothers to exterminate you, you piece of reeking green dog shit." In this type of negotiation, no one was willing to appear weaker than the others. The moment weakness was shown, the opposing faction would jump on the chance to apply pressure. Of course Yu Zhong did not plan to fight to the death with the military nor Sy County, but he would never show it. Su Dongming's expression went cold as he spat out icily, "You say I sent men to assassinate you, do you have the proof? Without proof, don't go around smearing my name." "Evidence? Of course I have. Men, bring him over." Yu Zhong glanced at Su Dongming, laughing coldly. In a matter of seconds, Cheng Yu brought an emaciated youth in. "I'm guessing that you know this guy, right? Su Dongming." Yu Zhong eyed Su Dongming as he voiced out sarcastically. Su Dongming took a look at the person, and his face turned pale because he naturally knew the person. He had personally conveyed the position of the 3rd Battalion 2nd Company's officer to this person, Su Guang. "Let me introduce this person to you. This person is a commanding officer personally granted by Su Dongming." Yu Zhong laughed lightly and pulled out a bunch of photos before he gave them to Wen Baoguo. "Mayor Wen, These are the photos of the assassins' corpses, am I right? That's right. When Baogwa eyed those photos, and confirmed the authenticity of the photos. Su Guang. Who is this person? Yu Zhong pointed at the photo of an agility-type assassin and asked Su Guang. Without hesitating, Su Guang directly said, "This person's name is Wen Yu. He is a veteran who entered the army in the same year as I did, later joining Su Dongming's special forces." What about this person? Yu Zhong replaced the photo of Wen Yu with another one, depicting an enhancer who possessed the firearms control skill, as he asked Su Guang once again. Su Guang said, "This person is called Guo Ming. He is proficient at using all sorts of guns and is also very accurate at shooting. He also eventually became a member of the special forces established by Commander Su." Enough. This is all your side of the story. You forced him to say all of it. You are framing me. Su Dongming let out a loud shout, interrupting Su Guang's narration as he stared at Yu Zhong and fiercely roared. Yu Zhong glanced indifferently at Su Dongming and continued to speak lightly. "Mayor Wen, Secretary Peng and all commanders, I have already provided enough evidence to prove that this Su Dongming was the one who prompted people to try to assassinate me. Please, uphold justice for me. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands." Hearing Yu Zhong's words, the four heads of the military and the government's two magnates all furrowed their eyebrows. Yu Zhong's meaning was clear. If they couldn't provide a satisfactory answer to Yu Zhong, then Yu Zhong would take the initiative to kill Su Dongming by himself. Currently, Su Dongming still had around 1,500 soldiers under his control. This meant that if his soldiers fought against Yu Zhong, there would also be a huge loss to SY City. This was not to SY City's interest. Su Dongming glanced at Yu Zhong before coldly saying, "If you want my life, come take it by yourself if you have the skill." Su Dongming had correctly anticipated that the other big bosses of the military and the government's two magnates would not remain indifferent to him. An ominous glint flashed past both of Yu Zhong's eyes and an oppressive killing intent surged out. "You think I don't dare?" Su Dongming's bottom lip quivered, yet he did not have any comeback to Yu Zhong's threat. It seemed he could only stare fixedly at Yu Zhong. The tension in the meeting room became palpable, everyone felt tense. The experts behind the military heads all kept their eyes on Yu Zhong, preparing to move in case Yu Zhong suddenly attacked. When Baogwa looked at Yu Zhong and asked indifferently, "State your terms. Yu Zhong, what do you want?" When Baogwa could see that Yu Zhong didn't want to be at loggerheads with the entire SY county, he was only throwing his weight around to prove that he could not be pushed. Yu Zhong did not skip a beat as he replied, "Execute Su Tianyang. Then I will let this matter rest. I will return the 100 captives to you guys." Su Dongming's expression turned steely as he refused flatly, "That's impossible. As long as there's me, Su Dongming, no one can dream of touching even a single hair on my son." Su Dongming only had Su Tianyang, his only son. If Su Tianyang was executed, his Su line would cease to have descendants. 2 assault helicopters and supporting pilots. The incomparable attack prowess of the assault helicopters had enticed Yu Zhong. He had discovered a few attack helicopters within the mechanized infantry brigade camp. He just lacked the people with expertise to operate it. Su Dongming seemed to spit fire from his eyes as he said, "My assault helicopters and pilots have been destroyed by you." Yu Zhong then went on to state a few more terms with regards to the military compensation, and they were all rejected by Su Dongming. The rest of the 6 heads also silently backed Su Dongming up. They weren't willing to see Yu Zhong obtaining even more firepower and strength. Yu Zhong pulled out De Guzi beside him and said, "Since it's like this, I will allow my subordinate De Guzi to negotiate on my behalf." De Guzi was extremely gifted at negotiating, and could be relentless. His bargaining skills were even more superb. After De Guzi was pushed out by Yu Zhong, He grinned and immediately opened with his sky staggeringly high price. We want 3,000 pretty virgins. Then this matter will be considered over. His intention, of course, was less the women, but to use his superb verbal skills to put the opposition on the defensive right from the start. Then wouldn't everything they owned be available for the taking? Ulamog, this guy reminds me of weed. My wallet hurts just thinking about what's going to happen to these guys XD. Chapter 274, Transaction. Chapter 0274, Transaction. Hearing de Guzzi's words, all the people were momentarily stunned. The entire SY county would not be able to deliver such a sum of 3,000 virgin beauties. In the post-apocalyptic world, most of the women with a little more beauty would have already been taken by people of power. If they were asked to give a few pretty ladies to Yuzhong, it wouldn't be an issue, but 3,000 beauties, it was too hard to find. At that moment, the 5 heads of the military, plus Peng Mingde and Wen Baogua, all looked towards Yuzhong with a strange gaze. Yuzhong's face had turned dark after hearing de Guzzi's words. He didn't expect that de Guzzi would call for such absurd terms. However, he did nothing to stop de Guzzi, instead, sitting there silently. Su Dongming directly rejected. No way! De Guzzi then proceeded to call out. Then give us 6,000 pretty women. Yes, we want 6,000 women. Those older ones, kids younger than 16 and males? We don't want them. Ugly women we also don't want. Yuzhong's side was sorely lacking in manpower, so if they had called out for strong males, SY County would definitely not agree. It was because after a little training, those able-bodied males could become soldiers and workers, thus forming a stable power. Therefore de Guzzi just tried his luck to ask for women. Su Dongming icily replied, 6,000 women. How are we going to pull that number out for you? Since you like beauties so much, I will give you 30 beauties, but each beauty has to be exchanged with 1 ton of rations. De Guzzi looked at him strangely, before responding in a crude manner. 1 ton of rations? Why don't you just go rob me? The women outside are at most prostituting themselves at 1 bun for a night. Even a beauty would not cost more than 1 jean of rice for a day. 10 jean rice could easily buy a woman. You want 1 ton for each woman? Are your beauties made of gold? The female survivors in SY County sold themselves cheaply, as long as there was enough food for them. Most female survivors were willing to sell themselves. However, Yuzhong could only accept a small number. If he engaged in a large-scale purchase and brought these female survivors over into his own camp without a viable excuse, SY County's top brass would definitely be suspicious. De Guzzi's face hardened as he threatened coarsely. Su Dongming, you sent people to assassinate our commander and you are trying to shirk compensation now? You must be seeking death, no? Our 4,000 brothers are just waiting for Commander Yu's orders, to fight it out with SY County. We will come and kill and destroy you and burn your entire family to the ground. Su Dongming stared coldly at de Guzzi as he replied indifferently. Fine. Let us fight then. Let's see who's afraid of who. Yuzhong stood up in a jiffy and gave Su Dongming an icy look filled with killing intent. Su Dongming, you're taking things too far. I'm going to go activate my troops right now. Everyone, you've heard him. It's Su Dongming who wants to fight it out. I hope that when we clash, you can maintain your neutrality. This is a personal grudge between us. I have no ill intentions towards anyone else here. Whatever happens in the future, it is all on Su Dongming. Shun Hongyang frowned as he opened his mouth. Yuzhong, don't be so agitated. We can understand your feelings. However, everything can be talked through. Don't just go to war each time. Warfare costs lives. Sit down, let's talk things out. When Baogua spoke out softly, let's do it this way. A trade of 100 beauties, 900 young ladies, 3,500 children, and 500 males. Our SY County will give you 5,000 people. You will give us 1,000 tons of rations. Then we'll let the matter rest. A child could only use up resource and not contribute to it, when Baugwa had been mulling over the problem of the number of children in SY County. This time he could use this as an excuse to hand over 3,500 of them. As compensation, he would give Yu Zhong 500 men. Yu Zhong sat down and continued to be silent, looking at De Guzi. De Guzi continued his haggling. There are too many kids. They can only eat and can't help to fight the zombies. Not to mention they can't work, so we're at a disadvantage here. Why not do it like this? We still keep those 3,500 kids, but on top of those 100 beauties, there must be 30 additional virgins. Furthermore, we will use 10 rounds of ammunition to buy a male, 5 rounds of ammunition to buy a female, to trade for 1,000 males and 1,000 females. Peng Mingda's eyes flashed before he lightly smiled. Good! I promise you. Seeing Peng Mingda accepting Yu Zhong's request just like that, when Baugwa, who had wanted to say something, decided to stay silent. The rest of the 5 heads of the military accepted the request as well. Although Yu Zhong gained 7,000 people, most of them were weak women and children. The number of males numbered only 1,500. Also, Yu Zhong had to pay 1,000 tons of rations as well as 15,000 rounds of ammunition. Both parties actually benefited. After the negotiations between both parties ended, when Baugwa quickly notified the government, and they swiftly selected 7,000 to throw to Yu Zhong. The sudden inclusion of 7,000 people gave Yu Zhong quite a bit of pressure. Amongst the 7,000 people, other than the 100 beauties, the rest had an emaciated look. Their meals and accommodation was going to be a problem. When Baugwa had thrown 7,000 people to Yu Zhong, because they harbored ill intentions and wanted to see how he made a fool out of himself, it must be clear that 7,000 people was not a small number. Handling them would be a tough job. Other than that, these people required a few tons of rations every day. Without ample support, one would not be able to maintain such a number. Such a huge number of survivors had suddenly been thrown into Yu Zhong's territory. It really was a headache. Especially the 1,500 males. They were all weak and emaciated to the point that they could die any moment. Even prior to the apocalypse, such physiques would require nourishment for over 1 or 2 months before they could be considered healthy. As for the women and the children, every one of them were skinny to the point they could be blown away with a low gust of a wind. Amongst the 7,000 people, there were some who were rotten characters. On the first day after being handed over to Yu Zhong, there were 30 men who indulged and raped a few women. These men were afraid to fight the zombies and look for treasure drops, yet used force to bully those weaker than themselves. Those men were quickly apprehended by Yu Zhong's subordinates, then swiftly executed in front of everybody, a cold reminder of the consequences of acting out of line. De Guzi was in charge of affairs when he was at Stone Village, as well as Qing Yuan County, and he quickly settled everybody down and arranged for their accommodations and duties. Yu Zhong had also reassigned some of the soldiers who had performed well during the clash with Su Dongming, giving them the responsibilities of managing these new survivors. As for the issue about rations, Yu Zhong had already stolen 3,000 tons of rations from Su Dongming, so for the time being, there were no issues concerning food. It's time to start preparations. After the situation was somewhat stabilized, Yu Zhong assigned De Guzi to buy steel in bulk. At the same time, he commenced the operations of digging trenches around the riverbank. Regardless of gender or age, even members of the Vermilion Phoenix and Black Tiger Gang were routed over, and they all started digging. Under the combined efforts of over 8,000 people, huge trenches with depths of about a few meters were dug out, and inside those trenches, there were sharp steel beams hammered in. The mutant beast meat that had been manufactured into cans were also delivered over from Ningguang County, and those weak survivors who had gone so long without having decent meals and nutritions got to enjoy the mutant beast's meat, and started to recover quickly. Whenever it was mealtime, there would be massive woks that were filled with piping hot rice, wild vegetables as well as plates and plates of meat from mutant beasts. Everyone got a share, and they all wore expressions of satisfaction and delight. Ching Pei was passing by, and saw the survivors working and eating heartily by the riverbank, and her eyes flashed with shock. They actually get to eat meat? This Yu Zhong is also too formidable, no? Where did he get this much meat? Beside Ching Pei was her close friend Tai Yin. After the matter of the dark crows, their relationship got a lot closer. Both were stuck together, going everywhere together, and had specially gone to find Yu Zhong this time. Both Ching Pei and Tai Yin had decent backgrounds, hence they could move about freely in Sy County. Because of that, they could walk around and had the free time to find Yu Zhong to entertain themselves. However, even though Ching Pei had a decent family background, even her household could not get to eat meat every day. Seeing the normal survivors eating better meals than her own family, it caused her to be shocked. Tai Yin looked at those survivors, and she lightly grinned. This is Yu Zhong's ability. Yu Zhong's capability could be seen from the decent meals and care the survivors receive under him. Ching Pei laughed and replied, "He really is something else." Tai Yin teased, "I wonder who was it that hated Yu Zhong till his bones. What, now you're fallen for him?" "I did not." Ching Pei flushed red and immediately retorted, "I think you're the one who's fallen for him. Otherwise, why would you come looking for him?" "I do like him. What's wrong about that?" Tai Yin did not seem abashed to admit that to her friend. Ching Pei was startled when she heard it, as she hesitated a while before saying, "But Yen? He already has so many women. Even Zhou Yanxue has become his women. Plus I heard he's extremely lustful, every night engaging in acts of pleasure with different ladies, even doing things that would have been frowned upon." The matter of De Guzi asking for 3,000 virgins from Su Dongming had spread far and wide, and morphed into a version where Yu Zhong is the true lustful character, one who didn't turn down any women, got high on nightlife, capturing any beauty that he saw and becoming a huge sex maniac in the bedroom. However, because of his strength and authority, no one dared to offend him. Of course, these were all rumors. In fact, Yu Zhong had been kept busy running his affairs. He didn't even have time to bed that beauty, Zhou Yanxue. Tai Yin laughed and said a little willfully, "So what?" Tang Taizong Li Shimin was also a huge pervert, and had been unabashed about it. In the end he was still the ruler of the nation. Second to none in the entire country. I like this type of men. Ching Pei looked helplessly at her friend. Her friend was a gutsy lady who loved and hated freely, her free-spiritedness and decisive nature. A soldier led Tai Yin and Ching Pei towards the firing zone, as Yu Zhong was there doing target practice. "Amazing! Brother Yu! You destroyed 100 targets with just 10 shots." When Pei Shan was currently passing a bottle of mineral water to Yu Zhong with a look of idolization. These days, whenever Pei Shan had the free time, she would hang out with Yu Zhong, becoming a frequent guest of his. When Bao Guo had also approved of it, as it meant that his relationship with Yu Zhong would be improved as well. "Thanks." Yu Zhong received the mineral water and smiled at her. Ching Pei glanced at Pei Shan and muttered under her breath, "Little vixen." After the attack of the dark crows, it had led to a rift between Ching Pei and Pei Shan. Although it wasn't to a point where they were enemies, it had caused the once friendly relationship to turn a little cold. "Brother Yu!" Tai Yin broke out into a sweet smile, and walked towards Yu Zhong's side. Yu Zhong glanced at Tai Yin and asked, "Miss Tai, is there something you need?" Tai Yin cocked her eyebrow as she put on a grumpy expression. "Brother Yu, you can just call me Yin. If you call me Miss Tai, I will be angry." Yu Zhong adjusted his register. Ian, is there something you need me for? Tai Yin fixed her gaze on Yu Zhong and asked, Must we only look for you when something's up? Can't we find you for fun? Yu Zhong gazed at Qing Pei and said, Sure, but I'm pretty busy. I'm afraid I can't entertain both you and Miss Qing. Yu Zhong had to handle a lot of things, and he had already delegated most of the other responsibilities to his subordinate. There were some matters that required his personal attention. Especially the 7,000 new survivors he had just accepted, he needed to settle this pressing issue as well as their lives in the future. After all, they couldn't always be digging and setting up traps. Tai Yin looked at Yu Zhong and laughed lightly. I want to rely on you and become your secretary. I am after all a graduate from Harvard University in administration. Having someone like me as your secretary should not be a shameful thing, no? Yu Zhong glanced at Tai Yin curiously and asked, How old are you this year? How can you be a graduate of Harvard University? Tai Yin looked to be at most younger than 20. How could she be a graduate from Harvard University? Qing Pei stood at the side and said a little proudly, It is true. Ian is very smart. She skipped a few grades when she was studying. She is truly a graduate from Harvard University. Furthermore, brother you should call me Pei. No need to refer to me as Miss Qing. Yu Zhong glanced at the self-confident Tai Yin and said, Fine. I will accept you on a probation of 1 month. If you perform well, then you may stay. Having a capable beauty as a secretary was also somewhat seductive and cool. Right at this time, Zhang He ran in gasping for breath, saying, Boss Yu! Something's wrong. There are many people gathered outside. Chapter 275, Mutant Black Fishes. Chapter 0275, Mutant Black Fishes. Chapter 275, Mutant Black Fish. Bring me there. Yu Zhong frowned and immediately let Zhang He lead the way. The rest of the ladies present quickly followed behind. Soon, Yu Zhong's party came to the outskirts of Xinglong Street. Only to discover that Xinglong Street was packed with countless survivors. Over 100 of Yu Zhong's subordinates were currently pointing their guns at the survivors, being cautious of any survivors that might incite an uproar. Boss Yu is here. Boss Yu. Please, hire me. Boss Yu. I'm begging you, hire me. I can dig as well. I was in the civil engineering business prior to the apocalypse. Please hire me. Upon seeing Yu Zhong's arrival, those survivors immediately cheered, and started to kneel and beg to be hired. These survivors were not here to create trouble. Instead, they just wanted to make a living with Yu Zhong. They were leading hard lives, and were willing to do anything just to have a decent meal. Needless to say, those who were under Yu Zhong could eat their fill, and even have meat from time to time. This treatment led those outside to be envious, and they wanted in as well. Yu Zhong looked at all the survivors, and frowned because he was indeed in need of help. However, if he continued gathering so many people, it would definitely get on the nerves of the government. They would not allow him to expand his reach. When Pei Shan looked at those survivors in tattered clothes, and her heart was filled with sympathy. Brother Yu, please help them. See how pitiful they are. I hate this girl. Too much glowing innocence. Or maybe I'm just a screwed person. Ulamog, yep. You're irreparably broken according to human standard. It's okay. We still love you. Yu Zhong maintained his silence as he tried to come up with a way to deal with the situation. Tai Yin glanced at Yu Zhong and immediately asked, Brother Yu, do you need more help here? Yu Zhong replied, Yes. In the post-apocalyptic world, most of the machines had issues and could no longer be utilized. Yu Zhong could only rely on manpower to help set up the trap. He really did need a lot of manpower. Tai Yin looked at Yu Zhong and grinned. Before suggestion, a marvelous plan. In this case, let me hire them on your behalf. That way, these people will be under the wing of my Tai family, and have nothing to do with you. This should bypass the government's annoyance nicely. Is that idea okay? Tai Yin had discerned Yu Zhong's difficulties, and thus proposed this solution. Yu Zhong's eyes immediately brightened and he laughed. Good. Then I'll have to trouble you. I need 5,000 more people to help with the work here. I will let you handle this. Anyone who works for me for a day, I will pay you a dozen jin of food. If Yu Zhong personally hired these people, it will lead to a clampdown from the SY County's powers, but if it was an internal faction that hired these people, it would not be a problem. Tai Yin grinned at Yu Zhong, and strode towards the survivors as she said, I will arrange it properly for you. Tai Yin walked to the gathering of survivors and called out in a clear voice, I am Tai family's Tai Yin, whoever wants to work for Yu Zhong report to me now. I'm willing. Pick me. The survivors jostled and fought to be first as they called out loudly. They followed Tai Yin and left the place. Tai Yin was incredibly capable. After borrowing some subordinates from Yu Zhong, she managed to gather 10,000 survivors, and arranged for a shift system between two groups of 5,000 people, taking their turns to work for Yu Zhong. As long as they could eat their fill, they were incredibly satisfied. Therefore, they gave it their all in helping Yu Zhong, digging up many huge trenches. The areas of Yu Zhong's territory near the riverbank were covered with large holes, each holes filled with numerous sharp steel beams. As long as a living creature were to fall in it, they would be penetrated by countless steel spears and die. Yu Zhong's actions of digging trenches near the riverbank were seen by some of the people sent by the government to observe, after which no one paid any further attention. They thought that Yu Zhong was wasting his time and energy on these. After half a month's time, SY County had sent out troops to the southeast direction, destroying a few minor power factions, and absorbing about 6,000 people. At the same time, they killed over 60,000 zombies, and obtained numerous spoils as well as over 6,000 tons of rations. El Diablo. Ulamog, what about Diablo 2? I only found it years after its heyday. But phew. What a game. Yu Zhong's side kept themselves busy as well, activating troops towards Longhai County, conducting minor assaults and investigations. The 7 battalions rotated their shifts, and managed to decimate 3 minor power factions as well, gaining roughly 3,000 people. They killed over 10,000 zombies, and while their rations gained might not be a lot, they benefited in other areas. On this day, it was about noontime, as Yu Zhong looked at his special combat troops who were all prepared and equipped, before he gave an order. Commence operations. Under Yu Zhong's lead, the special combat forces went towards the riverbank. Throw the bait, Yu Zhong commanded coldly. No! Don't kill me! A survivor who had raped and murdered 6 women was currently being dragged to the front, his face full of fear as he begged. Qing Yu stepped up and slashed a few times, with a few accurate strikes at various points on the survivor's body, causing him to bleed and shriek in pain. Song Wen calmly activated his explosive strength skill, as he grabbed the survivor, and threw him 15 m away into the riverbank. The survivor started struggling madly in the water, while his blood flowed freely in the waters. Pretty soon, the blood attracted the attention of the various mutant beasts within the waters, and as the waters started to stir, a huge fish of about 2 m swam out from the depths. It swiftly lunged, open jaws full of sharp teeth, and with a chomp, bit down voraciously on the man. His body was easily sheared in two, and some of his intestinal remains and various organs floated away, while others sank as his fresh blood quickly dyed the water red. Level 30 Mutant Beast. Mutant Black Fish. It is a fiercely carnivorous mutant fish with relatively powerful jaw pressure which enjoys the taste of humans. Yu Zhong stepped out and aimed for the obvious weak spot of the mutated black fish, as a huge fireball swiftly rushed towards the black fish and exploded on its eye. With a flash, the huge black fish was instantly blinded by the crackling fireball. After being blinded in one eye, the black fish submerged itself as it thrashed in pain. Huge ripples spread out from the spot. Continue to lower the bait. This time, put it closer. Yuzhong watched the struggling black fish as he coldly called out. Song Wen immediately pulled out another survivor that had committed grave sins. He mercilessly broke his knees and viciously slashed his Achilles tendons, before throwing the wailing man into the waters. As the survivor struggled hopelessly, his body that was spewing blood attracted the huge fish over. Once again it opened its huge jaws and clamped down on the doomed survivor, making the somewhat muffled screams increase to a fever pitch. Song Wen pulled with every ounce of his strength, tugging the dying but somehow still screaming survivor like a broken rag doll back to shore. The black fish's teeth were embedded in his spine, and thus it was also pulled up onto shore along with it. Ulamog, Cabela's, Apocalypse Fishing. Pre-order now to get special Nod Corpse Bait Skin DLC. The huge mutant blackfish was about 2 m wide, 1.2 m tall, and was covered entirely in black scales that had a layer of slimy mucus. Its muscular front fins supported its body as it swooped forward, allowing it to traverse on land at speeds that were generally faster than a normal human. Under those conditions, without undergoing enhancement, a normal person would not be able to escape its clutches. Seeing the mutant blackfish come ashore, Yuzhong waved his hand, and Tong Xiaoyun rushed up. Killing mutant beasts of this level was enough nourishment for her to enhance and level up quickly. Tong Xiaoyun neared the mutant blackfish and activated her telekinesis. As she controlled the dark magic blade, it flashed down in a majestic arc. The sharp dark magic blade immediately decapitated the mutant blackfish, fresh blood violently spraying out. Even after being beheaded by the dark magic blade, and with less than half of its head left, the black fish was still extremely resilient. Somehow it survived as it twisted its body and made its way towards Tong Xiaoyun in a frenzy. Tong Xiaoyun activated her telekinesis ability once again. Under her practiced guidance, she controlled the dark magic blade to shoot down viciously from the sky. The attack sliced forward, penetrating what was left of its head, before twisting hard and scrambling its brains, finally killing the black fish. When the black fish died, a huge orb of experience entered Tong Xiaoyun's body, allowing her to advance in level. Release the blood, Yuzhong commanded in a low voice. Tong Xiaoyun immediately used the dark magic blade to cut more wounds on the carcass, causing fresh blood to flow out and dye the waters a further dark red. Tasting the blood, those mutant beasts hiding deep within the river were immediately attracted over. The once calm waters of the river was suddenly overcome with activity, as 2 huge black fishes swam out from the depths, furiously chomping the carcass of their comrade. These mutant blackfishes even consumed the flesh of their own species without hesitation. Zhuoyadong, who had always been fighting on the front lines, and was also assigned here, wielded her god and devil system equipment, a huge mace, and rushed out swinging it down ruthlessly onto the head of one of the black fishes. The huge mace swiped down with immense force, and directly caused the head of the black fish to explode, splattering the now common sight of chunky brain matter everywhere. On the other side, Tong Xiaoyun was calmly activating her telekinesis ability as she controlled the dark magic blade that Yuzhong passed to her. Her attacks caused it to flit in and out, penetrating the dark fish's brain, before slashing it viciously and killing it. This time, without time for Zhuoyadong or Tong Xiaoyun to even catch a breath, a huge spout of water shot towards the sky. Following that, 9 mutant blackfishes started swimming towards the shore crazily. Other than those 9 mutant blackfishes, there were 2 huge elite blackfishes that swam out, mouths bristling with even somehow bigger teeth, each of them possessing a body over 3 m wide, 2 m tall and a length of 20 m. Level 40 Mutant Beast, Elite Mutant Blackfish. Zhuoyadong and Tong Xiaoyun looked at the 11 mutant blackfish, and their first reaction was to retreat. Trying to handle 11 mutant blackfishes on their own was too overwhelming, especially since they did not know what the huge elite mutant blackfishes could do. Chapter 276, Fishes on Land. Chapter 0276, Fishes on Land. The 11 mutant blackfishes started towards Zhuoyadong and Tong Xiaoyun in a frenzy. Seeing the appearance of the 11 mutant blackfishes, the special combat warriors by Yu Zhong's side all felt excited, and they rushed towards the mutant blackfishes. Yao Yao's speed was the fastest. As an agility-based evolver who had gone through multiple level enhancements, her speed had long surpassed Ji Qingwu and Yu Zhong, and was the fastest attacker within Yu Zhong's force. Flame King Gu conjured a flame spear and threw it at once, which shot towards one of the mutant blackfish like a flash of lightning. The elemental spear pierced its head before exploding, killing it instantly. Qing Yu held his Tang replica sword, as he made his way agilely towards the side of the blackfish. He swung his sword over and over, slashing a few times before the blackfish was truly dead. All the mutant blackfish had a slimy layer of mucus, and when Qing Yu wanted to slice apart its skin, he found it extremely difficult to do so. Therefore, he expended much more time to kill just one mutant blackfish. All the enhancers trained by Yu Zhong charged forwards, and those who were slightly weaker worked together in teams of 3 to deal with a single blackfish, while those who were stronger fought a blackfish on their own. Ji Qingwu had set her sights on the 2 elite mutant blackfishes. They were much bigger in size compared to the other blackfishes, and their speed outstripped the rest by more than half. They were level 40 mutant beasts, and if Ji Qingwu could successfully hunt them, she would gain a huge boost in experience. The 2 elite blackfishes saw Ji Qingwu coming towards them like a speck of dust, and one of them opened its huge mouth, revealing rows and rows of sharp teeth, biting down as it swam repeatedly as if in provocation. These elite mutant blackfishes had teeth that were incredibly sharp. Even armored money trucks would probably be crushed between those teeth. Facing the assault of the elite mutant blackfish, Ji Qingwu activated her shadow steps in preparation. Then, right at the moment before she would be bitten, she moved towards her right, evading the attack from the elite mutant blackfish with flair. She pulled out her Qingfeng sword, activated her blade's strengthening skill, and directly pierced the belly of the elite mutant blackfish in retaliation. Quickly she rushed to the front of the fish with her blade still stuck in its side, opening up a huge wound as copious amounts of reeking fish blood flowed forth from the wound. That huge mutant black fish started struggling in its agony, and twisted its immense body as it slapped the ground, forcing Ji Qingwu to retreat back a few steps. Due to its size, its sheer power could not be underestimated. Just a simple slap from it could cause Ji Qingwu to be gravely injured, therefore she had no choice but to retreat while watching it bleed from its wound. Ji Qingwu had wanted to wait for the mutant black fish to die from loss of blood, but never did she imagine that its recovery rate was freakishly astonishing. Under the effect of the slimy mucus that it excreted, its wound actually closed up and stopped bleeding. After the wound closed and it stopped bleeding, the elite mutant blackfish stared at Ji Qingwu, its eyes shining with undisguised hatred, and it opened its mouth, shooting a fluorescent green jet of water at Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu was wary of its actions for a while, and the moment she saw it open its mouth, she had already dodged to one side with a flash of her body. Only to see that the moment the green water beam landed on where Ji Qingwu was previously, the piece of land was immediately corroded away as strange wisps of green smoke rose up. Ji Qingwu's heart fell, as she knew the elite mutant blackfish was not easy to deal with. She shot towards the fish once again like an arrow. The elite mutant blackfish did not let up, and shot multiple green water jets at her. Ji Qingwu's battle prowess was outstanding, thus she managed to narrowly dodge the incoming green water jets, and got near the elite mutant blackfish. A long green water jet had just landed behind her, causing the ground to immediately dissolve into a sinkhole. The elite mutant black fish saw Ji Qingwu beside its body, and it twisted itself to swipe hard at her. Ji Qingwu flitted about and dodged the shocking blow from the black fish, as she swung her sword and managed to pierce its head. After utilizing the skill she gained after her evolution, Sword Qi, an invincible beam of Sword Qi emitted from the Qingfeng sword, shooting out explosively, piercing the brain of the black fish, turning it into mush and killing it instantly. The moment the brain was destroyed, the black fish struggled a while more before falling lifelessly to one side, as a huge experience orb entered Ji Qingwu's body, causing her to gain 2 levels in one go. However, the burden of Ji Qingwu had been equally high. The Sword Qi skill that she understood was powerful and shocking, but it expended a huge amount of her spirit, and the Sword Qi could only extend for about a meter. Each time she activated the Sword Qi, she had to spend 40 points of spirit. Furthermore, the more spirit she expended, the more power and threat it obtained. After one of the elite mutant blackfish had been dealt with by Ji Qingwu, the remaining blackfishes had already been killed by the members of Yu Zhong's special combat forces. There was only the other elite mutant blackfish left, and it was incredibly resilient, its defenses tough. The special combat forces were not like it, struggling to fend off their attacks, but it was barely injured, and was not dying anytime soon. The elite mutant blackfish saw its comrades dying under the attacks of the humans led by Yu Zhong, and it let out a shrill and strange cry. After the strange cry resounded, the water in the river started being agitated, and following multiple jets of water shooting towards the skies. Following that, a huge school of mutant blackfish appeared from the river, the total number exceeding 100. With a massive tidal wave, 4 huge black fishes appeared, their bodies towering above 6 m and covered entirely with scales, as though they were buildings, with the intent to destroy everything in their paths. Level 56 Mutant Beast. Type 2 Mutant Black Fish. Yu Zhong saw the towering black fishes, and his face changed, and finally understood why the treasured river was left alone. 4 Type 2 mutant beasts were exceptionally terrifying existences. Just being within the river, they were invincible. No one could even take on a single blow from these monsters. Even if Yu Zhong was a dual attribute evolver, if he had to battle any of these Type 2 beasts in the water, he might really be taken down easily and crushed in a single bite. Disperse immediately! Yu Zhong hollered. The special combat forces that had been surrounding the elite mutant water snake immediately retreated to the back. These mutant black fishes were unyielding, forming an army of black fish as they chased up onto the shore. This army of mutant black fishes numbered more than 100, and they were all above level 30. There were even 4 Type 2 mutant blackfishes, 10 elite mutant blackfishes. This monstrous group was enough to annihilate Yu Zhong's special combat forces twice or thrice over. Facing this situation, the warriors of the special combat force were also well prepared, and made their way towards the trenches that Yu Zhong had arranged to be dug. After all, these black fishes could not be craftier than humans, and many of them fell into those holes that were 3 m deep and 20 m wide, and were immediately pierced by the numerous sharp steel beams. When those black fishes fell in those huge trenches, they started struggling wildly, but the more they struggled the faster they died. Those huge trenches swallowed up many of the black fishes. However, those trenches were ineffective against those Type 2 mutant blackfishes that were more than 6 m tall and 60 m long. Their scales could block even the explosive power of 25 mm missiles and would definitely cause those steel pipes to bend. Their massive bodies just cover the holes, and were not impeded in any sense. What fearsome creatures! Yu Zhong looked towards the 4 Type 2 mutant blackfishes that towered above 60 m, and his eyes flashed with a burning look. He had not lifted his hands to attack the mutant blackfishes because those low-level mutant beasts would not be useful to him. However, these 4 Type 2 mutant blackfishes were a different story. They could provide him with the best experience. Yu Zhong activated his bone-encompassing armor and shot towards one of the 4 Type 2 mutant blackfishes, and within a few breaths, he had appeared in front of it. He extended a bone spear to propel him on top of its body. However, getting onto the body was harder than Yu Zhong had anticipated. The layer of slimy mucus prevented him from grabbing onto the scales regardless of how he tried. The Type 2 mutant blackfish just shook its body, and Yu Zhong was sent flying from its body. Another Type 2 mutant blackfish turned its body and sucked in, as a huge vortex of air started exerting suction on Yu Zhong, who was still in midair, causing him to fly towards the gaping mouth of the Type 2 blackfish. Yu Zhong flew through the air and was alarmed, as he reached out his right hand and shot out a bone spear. The spear penetrated the ground fiercely. Only then did he prevent himself from being sucked into the mouth of the Type 2 mutant blackfish. The other 2 Type 2 mutant blackfishes seemed to not notice Yu Zhong. Instead, they made a beeline towards the direction of Xinglong Street. They could detect the rich source of human energy, and could not forget the taste of humans when they had camped near the bank of the river previously. Chapter 277. Type 2 Green Eagle. Greenie evolved. Chapter 0277. Yu Zhong flew through the air and was alarmed, as he reached out his right hand and shot out a bone spear. The spear penetrated the ground fiercely. Only then did he prevent himself from being sucked into the mouth of the Type 2 mutant blackfish. The other 2 Type 2 mutant blackfishes seemed to not notice Yu Zhong. Instead, they made a beeline towards the direction of Xinglong Street. They could detect the rich source of human energy, and could not forget the taste of humans when they had camped near the bank of the river previously. The attacking Type 2 mutant blackfish saw that it could not suck Yu Zhong towards it, and instead twisted its body to move towards him, opening its huge jaws to bite at him. The body of the Type 2 mutant blackfish was really massive, meaning that with each little movement of its 4 fins, it would propel itself a dozen meters or so. This speed enabled it to quickly reach its destination. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps and pushed his speed to the limit as he jumped and rolled. This way he barely managed to dodge the sawtoothed maw of the Type 2 mutant blackfish. Taking advantage of the moment when the blackfish bit into air, Yu Zhong activated his Devil Flame ability. The ability caused 2 fireballs to appear in his hands, while a bone spear shot out from his back and propelled him into the air to land again on top of the back of the blackfish. He thrust his blazing hands down towards the body of the blackfish, while viciously using his landing momentum to increase his attack. Under the burning hot Devil Flame's impact, his hands caused the thick slimy mucus to evaporate, and he managed to grab on tightly into a scale. Yu Zhong's Devil Flame had been enhanced to level 2, and its power was overly terrifying. The fish, which had formidable scales that could even defend against rocket missiles, had 5 small holes burnt into it. This was followed by his burning fingers finally penetrating the scales and brain of the black fish. Unfortunately, it was just that the body was too enormous and the 5 holes were like a toothpick prick to a human. Ulamog, how much damage is that? The Type 2 black fish shook its body with all its strength, and a huge shock wave emitted from it. Yu Zhong could only hold on tightly, and braced for the full impact of that shock wave. Fortunately, his body's endurance was over 100 points, and although the shock wave was powerful, it could not shake him off. The Type 2 mutant black fish continued twisting and turning for a while, before finally quietening down in momentary tiredness. Yu Zhong took a huge breath, as the Devil Flame in his right hand flared up and he expended 50 points of spirit and 20 points of stamina to condense it into a 2m long Devil Flame spear. The moment it was fully formed, Yu Zhong stuck the Devil Flame spear ruthlessly into the head of the Type 2 mutant black fish. The devil flame spear pierced the scales of the Type 2 blackfish. In fact, it was only stopped for a mere second, before burning a huge hole in the scale, and directly penetrating the head of the Type 2 blackfish. The devil flame spear released its form after it was stuck into the head of the Type 2 blackfish, and under Yu Zhong's control, its power surged out explosively, frying everything that could be burned. The Type 2 blackfish immediately started thrashing about wildly. In its struggle, it caused the surrounding ground to be stirred, as huge shock waves emitted out, and anything in its path was smashed to pieces. As it flopped, it even took out huge boulders and trees. Of course, Yu Zhong had long since jumped off from the body of the Type 2 blackfish. Right at this time, one of the other Type 2 blackfish that had ignored Yu Zhong earlier opened its huge mouth, and shot out a green glob of slime like a rocket towards him. The moment the Type 2 blackfish had opened its mouth, Yu Zhong felt a huge sense of danger. He could even feel his scalp go numb from the impending death. He immediately jumped away towards the side. Fortunately, Yu Zhong's reaction was fast, so the green glob of slime spat out by the Type 2 blackfish only narrowly brushed past his body and exploded behind him. Following the green wisps of smoke that rose, there was a huge hole that had appeared behind Yu Zhong, and the strange green smoke continued rising from the mini crater. The green glob of slime was a killing move of the Type 2 blackfishes. Just one of it was enough to thoroughly destroy an infantry fighting vehicle. Back when SY County had assigned experts to try and hunt the mutant beasts in the waters, a few of the experts had perished and 5 infantry fighting vehicles were destroyed by that green glob of slime. Precisely because of the existence of these overpowered Type 2 blackfishes, SY County stopped sending experts to come and hunt the mutant beasts of the river. The price to pay was too steep, and one of the top experts of the military had died in one stroke by that green glob of slime shot out by the Type 2 mutant blackfish. Yu Zhong's body flashed about as he continuously dodged the sticky green globs, as each of them landed and burst behind him, creating many big holes through its corrosiveness. Damn it! I have to resort to that. Yu Zhong was pressured to constantly evade. He continued to run as he looked towards the 2 Type 2 blackfish crawling crazily towards Xinglong Street and gritted his teeth, before whistling towards the sky. After that shrill whistle from Yu Zhong, a huge green shadow shot downwards from the skies, and within a few breaths it had arrived at the battlefield. What is that? Type 2 Green Eagle. How could there be such a monster here? A number of the power factions within SY County saw the huge green eagle standing with a wingspan of over 70 m blocking out the sun. Its massive body was covered entirely in green feathers, and their expressions changed as they all scurried for cover. The airborne mutant beasts were absolutely the most fearsome. This was because they came and went like the wind and were usually fast. The moment they attacked, even agility-based evolvers would find it hard to escape their clutches. SY County had its air defense mechanisms in place, however they were heavily concentrated at the government areas as well as important military camps. As long as the swift Type 2 Green Eagle did not approach those areas, it would not attract the fire from those defense mechanisms. Even the smaller power factions within SY County did not dare provoke the mighty Type 2 mutants beasts in the air. Just a single one of them could cause the annihilation of over 100 people easily. They had no choice but to hide in their houses, and pray that the Type 2 mutant Green Eagle would eat its fill and be on its way. In front of the frightened gazes of the survivors in SY County, the Type 2 mutant Green Eagle sped down from the sky as it broke the sound barrier, arriving at the riverbank by Xinglong Street. It shot down like a flashing blade, and used those massive claws to penetrate the tough scales of one of the Type 2 mutant blackfish with a crunch, piercing its brain ruthlessly. The Type 2 mutant Green Eagle flapped its mighty wings and a huge gust of wind was created, as it lifted the Type 2 mutant blackfish weighing over 100 tons into the skies. Ulamog, Greenie! I choose you. Gust attack. Great job, Greenie. Yu Zhong eyed the Type 2 mutant green eagle, and his eyes lit up in delight. This Type 2 mutant green eagle was precisely the beast he had tamed using his tamer skill. After feeding it with the huge amount of mutant beast meat, as well as nuclei from the ordinary mutant beasts and 2 from the Type 2 water snake and Type 2 black-scaled boar, Greenie had evolved into a level 60 Type 2 mutant green eagle. After Greenie had successfully evolved into a Type 2 mutant beast, it had become one of Yu Zhong's hidden trump cards. Obviously, it was the source of his confidence in dealing with the riverbank issue. The Type 2 mutant black fish struggled incessantly by twisting its gargantuan body and trying to escape Greenie's clutches. But it was all to no avail. However, as it was so massive that each time it struggled, it actually caused Greenie to wobble in midair. The evolved Greenie maintained its ascension stubbornly. Greenie flew to an altitude of more than 200 m, and then it released its grip. On the other side, the Type 2 mutant blackfish that was pierced by Yu Zhong's devil flame spear took its last breath, and laid there lifeless. Congratulations, you have reached level 43 and gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. Congratulations, you have reached level 44 and gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. Following the sounds of notification, Yu Zhong had reached level 44 in a stroke, and he swiftly made his decision, allocating all 4 points into agility, raising it to 84 points. Even without activating any skills, he was on average faster than a normal person by 8 times. So the moment he moved, he was as swift as the wind, and any martial arts practitioner might not be able to land a blow on him easily. When the Type 2 mutant black fish died, a blue treasure box and skill book appeared by its body. Yu Zhong reacted quickly, grabbing the items and immediately opened up the treasure box. Ulamog, it's a brick. By embarking on the Tao of the brick, excuses now abound to turn this into a xianxia. Sorry, I'll shut up now. Level 4 treasure, Black Tooth Blade. This is a treasure blade with an incomparable sharpness. Any level 3 god and devil system weapon that is struck by it will be instantly broken. Level 4 skill book, Type 2 Devil Flame. Rank up book for Devil Flame. To learn this skill, the user must have enhanced Devil Flame thrice, and 2 free skill points. What a great find! Yu Zhong looked at the Type 2 Devil Flame book, and he was overjoyed. With this Type 2 Devil Flame skill, once he had enough skill points, he could immediately learn it. The prerequisites to learning it were harsh, but likewise its power was terrifying. Currently, the strongest weapon Yu Zhong had against most of the mutant beasts was his Devil Flame. Obtaining this Type 2 Devil Flame book gave him the direction to focus on his Devil Flame instead of other skills. Yu Zhong equipped the new Blacktooth blade that didn't seem too different from a Tang replica sword, except that it was 2 m in length, and rushed towards the remaining 2 mutant blackfishes. As Yu Zhong's speed was incredibly fast, and he quickly caught up to an elite mutant blackfish along the way, and he waved his Blacktooth blade in attack. As he attacked, he swung down on its head, immediately slashing a gaping wound and neatly partitioning its brain in 2 crossways. After its brain was sliced in twain, the elite mutant black fish struggled a while, before inevitably slumping lifelessly to the ground. So sharp, he gasped. Yu Zhong saw that the elite mutant blackfish was taken out in just a single stroke, and his eyes flashed with excitement. A good weapon could increase the battle prowess of a fighter by leaps and bounds. After obtaining this level 4 Blacktooth blade, killing ordinary mutant beasts was as easy as chopping vegetables. However, dealing with the Type 2 mutant beasts required more than that. Yu Zhong dashed about like lightning. With each flash of his blade, an elite mutant black fish would meet its end. If it were in the water, Yu Zhong might not even be able to handle a single elite mutant black fish. However, since they came on land, their speed was slower than that in water by several times. After all, they were aquatic lifeforms and could take advantage of their terrain to terrorize humans. However, facing experts like Yu Zhong's special combat force, they were helpless. Only the two Type 2 mutant blackfish continued to move towards Xinglong Street like unstoppable tanks. They wanted to have a feast once they broke through and kill all those who hurt their comrades. The special combat forces evaded the paths of the two Type 2 blackfishes. Instead, they dispersed to kill those blackfishes that landed in the trenches and were not yet dead. Many of the blackfishes that landed in the traps that Yu Zhong had set did not die immediately, and hence the special combat forces had to ensure their immediate death. Yao Yao, the agility-based evolver, was currently wielding a dark magic blade, and weaving in and out of the swarm of mutant blackfishes, hacking and slashing her way through. With each level up, she was constantly gaining enhancements. This type of massive invasion from the mutant beasts was a rare occurrence, and many of the special combat soldiers took the opportunity to gain experience and enhancements. Under the frenzied killing by the special combat forces as well as the effectiveness of the traps, before the two Type 2 mutant blackfishes even reached Xinglong Street, over 50 to 60 of the other blackfishes had already died to the traps or were killed. From the skies, Greenie flew down swiftly once again, its huge claws ruthlessly grabbing one of the Type 2 mutant blackfishes, and flew once again towards the skies. At this time, the other Type 2 mutant blackfish opened its mouth, and a huge green glob of slime shot towards Greenie. As a Type 2 mutant beast itself, Greenie had an advanced perception of danger as well. It was immediately forced to release its grip on the Type 2 mutant blackfish as it shot upwards, dodging the green glob of slime by a narrow breadth. The Type 2 mutant blackfish that escaped Greenie's clutches lifted its head, and shot multiple green globs at Greenie, only to see them rising and falling back to the ground after missing Greenie. When the green globs missed and landed, they landed in Xinglong Street itself. Those that landed on buildings immediately caused huge holes to appear through corrosion. Upon landing on a person's body, the person would dissolve and turn into a puddle. Although Yu Zhong had arranged for a large number of the survivors to leave and avoid the danger, there were some stubborn fools who refused to leave. Yu Zhong could not force them as well. Hence, when the green globs landed on some of these poor souls, they were immediately dissolved. 276. Type 2 Green Eagle. Greenie evolved. Chapter 278. Mutant Crab Horde. Chapter 0278. Mutant Crab Horde. Koan. Upon seeing this horrendous scene, the stubborn householders immediately began to escape from Xinglong Street one by one, crazily fleeing towards other places. They even left all their personal property behind. Yu Zhong quickly caught up to the two Type 2 mutant blackfishes that had been impeded by little Greenie, and he immediately retrieved a Type PF-98 120mm anti-tank rocket launcher, pulling the trigger after aiming at one of the fishes. With a blazing flash, a rocket bombarded the Type 2 mutant blackfish head, directly blowing out a large hole with fresh blood dripping out. It immediately began to writhe about in a frenzy, struggling on the ground with all its might. With Yu Zhong's power, dealing with a beast as such was already very strenuous. His energy consumption was huge. He could thus only make use of a slaughter weapon like the Type PF-98 120mm anti-tank rocket launcher to deal with the Type 2 mutant blackfishes. Until now, there still hadn't been many mutant beasts that were able to block the Type PF-98 120mm anti-tank rocket launcher's attack. The only regrettable thing about using the rocket launcher to slaughter mutant beasts was that there was no way of gaining God and Devil system enhancements from this. The other Type 2 mutant blackfish was enraged, and as it opened its huge mouth and shot green balls of slimy mucus at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's body flitted, as he dodged the incoming projectiles continuously. Taking advantage of the scuffle between that Type 2 mutant blackfish and Yu Zhong, Greenie flapped its wings and shot down from the skies, opening its huge talons in attack. It grabbed the Type 2 mutant blackfish by its head and directly rushed back towards the skies. After ascending to an altitude of more than 200 m in a moment, it released its grip. The Type 2 mutant blackfish landed on the ground with such an impact that its brain was instantly pulverized by its own weight. After thrashing about for a few moments, it slumped lifelessly to the ground. After the 4 Type 2 mutant blackfishes were dead, the battle was decided. Near the riverbank, after expending a month's worth of time with the efforts of over 13,000 people, the trenches were filled with the numerous remaining ordinary mutant blackfishes. They were lured there craftily by Yu Zhong's special combat forces. They then proceeded to finish the monsters off. Ji Qingwu, Yao Yao, Zhui Yadong, Gu Zhixing and Qing Yu wasted no time, and hunted the mutant blackfishes. Thoroughly wiping them out was only a matter of time. Yu Zhong held his black-toothed blade, as he observed the surroundings, and didn't join in. He had reached a high level in terms of enhancements, and killing the ordinary mutant beasts were not very beneficial to him. Only by hunting and killing Type 2 mutant beasts could he level up faster. With the passing of time, one by one, all the mutant blackfishes were finally killed off, and the entire place was filled with a fishy smell as well as the smell of blood. After determining that the battle was over, Yu Zhong went over to the Type 2 mutant blackfish that he killed. Next he used the black-toothed blade to cut open its head, and began burrowing his body wholly into its massive entirety, retrieving the red blood essence and white nuclei from the brain, as he always did. When he burrowed out from the Type 2 mutant blackfish body, he had a huge change in expression. He discovered that near the riverbank numerous huge crabs, each the size of a human face as well as a pair of huge thick claws, were crawling up from the water. Level 13 mutant beast, mutant crab, an extremely ferocious horde. When they're together, they are the nightmare of many creatures. The mutant crabs were only level 13 individually, but their horde numbered above tens of thousands. They were clustered together like a wave that slowly encroached upon the shore. When they crawled up the carcasses of the mutant blackfishes near the riverbank, they would use their huge pincers to pinch and cut up the bodies. Yu Zhong looked at the sea of mutant crabs that were clustered together densely like ants, and he immediately shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Disperse! All soldiers from the Special Combat Force disperse right now. Chen Shirtu, activate the 8th Battalion." These mutant crabs had low levels, and if they numbered in the thousands, Yu Zhong would not be too worried. However, it was way over tens of thousands. Even his special combat forces would not be able to deal with being overrun by these critters. Ji Qingwu glanced at the concentrated horde, and gave an order to Yao Yao and Qing Yu. "Yao Yao, Qing Yu, both of you go to the front lines and get as many blood essences as you can. The rest of you, after you have retrieved the blood essence from the mutant beasts in front of you, immediately fall back to Xinglong Street." Yao Yao, Qing Yu and Ji Qingwu had always favored the strengthening of their agility through their enhancements, and had the confidence to escape from the horde of mutant crabs if need be. Upon receiving Ji Qingwu's and Yu Zhong's orders, the Special Combat Forces swiftly pried open the heads of the mutant blackfishes and dug out many of the blood essences, before striding back towards Xinglong Street. Every single soldier of the Special Combat Force could easily deal with 10 of these mutant crabs. However, the horde was way more than they could handle, thus they could only retreat. Otherwise, if they were trapped in the midst, they would only end up in a fight to the death. At the riverbank, the mutant crabs were currently swarming over the dead carcasses of the mutant blackfishes, using their sharp claws to dismember the bodies near effortlessly. The entire body of these mutant blackfishes were treasures to Yu Zhong, especially the 4 Type 2 mutant blackfishes. Their blood essences and nuclei were even more precious. Yu Zhong was naturally unwilling to let the mutant crabs snatch his prize away. He waved his black-toothed blade about and slashed at the mutant crabs in a frenzy, making his way to the remaining 3 Type 2 mutant blackfish's carcasses. Greenie, who was flying about in the sky, also flew down and gobbled up those mutant crabs. When they tried to crawl towards it, it would flap its wings, causing 2 huge gusts of wind to blow them away, allowing it to feed at leisure. Yao Yao, Ching Yu and Ji Qingwu continued slaughtering any mutant crabs they came across, and swiftly moved to the carcasses of the elite mutant blackfishes. As soon as they did, they pried open the heads, and retrieved the blood essence and nuclei. The total number of mutant crabs who were climbing upshore numbered over 30,000, and out of which, 10,000 plus of them were attracted to the dead carcasses of the mutant blackfishes, and were dismembering and gorging on the meat in a frenzy. The remaining ones were making their way towards Xinglong Street. Chen Shirtu eyed the horde crawling towards Xinglong Street and hollered at the soldiers of the newly formed 8th Battalion, "Open fire! Kill these mutant crabs! Tonight we'll feast on steamed crabs. Whoever kill more gets to eat more. I want to eat 3. I want to eat 2. Following the excited hollers, the new soldiers of the 8th Battalion raised their guns and started firing at will. Although the mutant crabs had levels beyond normal zombies, from the exterior, they did not seem as fearsome as the zombies. While they had a lot in numbers, in the eyes of the soldiers of the 8th Battalion, these mutant crabs were all juicy meals. They were simply not afraid of these crabs. As the bullets rained on the mutant crabs, many of them would be riddled with bullets. While their horde gave off a huge pressure, since they were on land their capabilities were reduced by over 50%, and the hail of bullets left little to chance, causing many of the mutant crabs to be killed. In order to deal with the possible scenario of a horde, Yu Zhong had long arranged for over 20 Type 56 light machine gun, as well as 50 Type 56 heavy machine guns to be transferred from Ningguang County. Facing the imminent assault of the horde of mutant crabs, the Type 56 heavy machine guns opened fire, spraying a fearsome line of bullet. This fire caused a concentrated rain of bullets to fall on the densely clustered horde of mutant crabs. The soldiers of the 8th Battalion were also currently using their 03 rifles and firing wildly at the mutant crabs, picking off the critters one by one. If it were humans facing these attacks, they would definitely lose all morale and retreat. However, these less intelligent mutant beasts only braced the assault and continued marching on towards Xinglong Street. At this time, the experts from the Special Combat Force as well as the close-quarter combat specialists from the 8th Battalion stepped up to engage the mutant crabs that had breached the line of defense. Upon engaging in battle with these mutant crabs, the soldiers understood why these were level 13 creatures. Although they were not extremely fast, their defenses were super tough, and those soldiers who had not undergone enhancement could not even break past their shells even when wielding the Tang replica sword. It took those with strength above 20 points to be able to break their shells open. Furthermore, these mutant crabs had great strength of their own. Their claws could dismember the scales of the mutant blackfishes that were level 30. If a normal person got their own legs caught within the claws, it would immediately be clamped off. After a short battle, Yu Zhong's 8th Battalion had already suffered 6 casualties who lost their legs. As soon as they fell, the mutant crabs climbed over them and clamped their heads off. Seeing the horde of mutant crabs coming in like a wave, the warriors of the 8th Battalion switched to using grenades. Ulamog, thou shalt throw thine holy hand grenade and thy enemy shalt bloweth uppeth. The which rained down amidst the horde of mutant crabs, caused those critters to be blasted, easing the overall pressure on Xinglong Street. However, the numbers of the mutant crabs were simply too many, and those using grenades and guns could not block the onslaught of those mutant crabs forever. As time ticked by, the casualties on Yu Zhong's side was starting to pile up. Time to feast on crabs! Right at this time, over 100 survivors wielding shovels, sticks, baseball bats and large hammers charged into the battlefield, using their weapons to attack the mutant crabs wildly. Under the frenzied assault of the survivors, 40 of the mutant crabs had their shells forcefully smashed and died. After killing those 40 mutant crabs, the survivors dragged the bodies of the dead mutant crabs and left the battlefield in high spirit. As that team of survivors left, another team of red-eyed survivors rushed forward in guerrilla warfare, waving their crude weapons to catch those delicious mutant crabs. Chapter 279, Crabbing Team. Chapter 0279, Crabbing Team. Koan. When those survivors joined in the crabbing with fanaticism, the pressure on Yu Zhong's forces lessened. Who are these people? Chen Shirtu saw different groups of survivors joining in the fray, his eyes flashing with suspicion as he asked. Chen Shita's second-in-command Chen Yu reported back. I've checked. These people are the crabbing team assigned by Miss Tai Yen. Tai Yen stood atop a platform as she observed the 10,000 survivors below, as her clear voice rang out. Remember this. Each time you head out to catch the crabs, you can only go in a group, and each group consists of 100 people maximum. Each team can only catch 40 crabs, and after passing 4 to me, the rest can be shared amongst yourselves. If you dare take more, there won't be another opportunity like this for you in the future. Whoever wants to catch crabs, come and report your name to me. Form your teams. Get in position. I want to eat crabs. Me too. Under the instigation and motivation from Tai Yen, the 10,000 survivors were swept along with hungry passion and shouted out at the top of their voices. At the same time, many of them got into orderly groups and had sent representatives to report their names, awaiting their turns to go catch the mutant crabs. Working with Yu Zhong, the survivors had learnt that Yu Zhong prioritized discipline. Those who did not behave or acted out of line were either beaten or immediately kicked out from the team. Therefore, they learnt to act with discipline and were incredibly orderly. Tai Yen saw the 10,000 survivors lining up in such a fashion and entering Xinglong Street to capture the mutant crabs, and her eyes flashed with a glint of satisfaction. If those survivors were made to kill zombies, they definitely wouldn't dare go. However, if they were sent to go crabbing, even if they had to catch crabs the sizes of washbowls, those starved survivors would still throw themselves at the crabs without any hesitation. Tai Yen hadn't actually organized too many people to enter Xinglong Street at once. On the one hand, Xinglong Street couldn't hold that many people, whilst on the other hand, it was to let those survivors know that it was a very rare opportunity. It would make them long for the opportunity of crabbing, and so when it came to their turn to go crabbing, they would put in much more effort. It wasn't long before teams of survivors began to walk out of Xinglong Street one by one. The numerous washbowl-sized crabs that they carried made the other survivors' eyes all turn red. That was quite a few kilograms worth of meat, perhaps even a dozen. This made them long for the opportunity to catch the washbowl-sized crabs even more. Teams of survivors began to frantically rush into Xinglong Street under Tai Yen's watch one after another. They crazily captured the crabs that had broken into Xinglong Street in their hungry frenzy. Swinging all manner of makeshift weapons, He killed the crabs one by one before snatching them away. Under the fanatic energy of the survivors, the pressure on Chen Shirtu and his team was reduced by a lot, and the casualty rate was decreased as well. They only had to open fire and shoot at the mutant crabs, while those mutant crabs which broke through and entered Xinglong Street were immediately killed by the Special Combat Forces, as well as the crabbing team from Taiyan, and the experts in the 8th Battalion. Under the passionate help of the crabbing teams, the situation in Xinglong Street was stabilized. Although the firepower that Yu Zhong obtained from the huge armory could not compare with the mechanized infantry brigade, it won due to its sheer amount, and was enough for the 8th Battalion to equip and utilize in just such a scenario. On the other side, by the riverbank, Yu Zhong had finished digging out the blood essences and nuclei from the 4 Type 2 mutant blackfishes. He saw the densely packed mutant crabs around the area, and he frowned. They had devoured the many mutant black fishes that he had painstakingly killed. The number of the mutant crabs was truly unbelievable. Even after Yu Zhong killed a few tens of them in a few moves, the total number did not seem to have shrunk. He could only defend the carcass of the Type 2 mutant black fish near him, not allowing the mutant crabs to devour it. Little Greenie also protected the carcass of the other Type 2 mutant black fish under Yu Zhong's command. After all, it was already a Type 2 mutant beast by now, one that was taller than Yu Zhong by a dozen times. A casual swipe from one of its wings could create a hurricane-like outburst that could blow the mutant crabs away. Its defense was thorough. Right when the crowd of survivors was in a deadlock with the crab horde, the waters of the river churned again, as a whole lot of critters the size of footballs and claws of about 20 millimeters came up ashore. Following the mutant crabs were mutant crayfish. There were even 60 elite mutant crayfishes of 1 m height and 12 to 13 m in length crawling behind. Level 10 Mutant Beast, Mutant Crayfish. Level 30 Mutant Beast, Elite Mutant Crayfish. Damn it! Are you not really gonna let up? Yu Zhong saw the countless mutant crayfishes crawling up from the riverbank, and he could not help but exclaim in desperation. The mutant crab horde was already enough to cause a headache. Now these countless mutant crayfishes had just joined in the fray. Unless he arranged for the artillery or armored team to come, it would be nearly impossible to deal with these two mutant beasts' horde. Just then, the moment the mutant crayfish came ashore, those mutant crabs suddenly changed direction and crawled towards the mutant crayfishes, and used their claws and attacked the mutant crayfishes viciously. The smaller mutant crayfishes were dismembered one by the mutant crabs. Those mutant crayfish did not remain impassive either. They used their similarly large pincers to counterattack, and some of the mutant crabs were likewise clamped clean in two by the mutant crayfishes. The 60 elite mutant crayfishes were like 60 mini-tanks, directly rushing headlong into the horde of mutant crabs, using their massive claws to snap about, each attack dismembering 2 mutant crabs. Their shells were even tougher than the level 30 mutant blackfish scales, and those mutant crabs found it hard to break past their shells. This was why they could proceed forwards within the clash unharmed. The horde of mutant crabs and mutant crayfishes were engaging in an all-out slaughter amongst themselves, and Yu Zhong watched on with delight. He hoped that they would kill each other off. After the two sides were killing each other for a while, the waters again churned and frothed. Shortly, 50 elite mutant crabs that towered above 3 m tall crawled out from the water. Level 35 Mutant Beast, Elite Mutant Crab. The moment the 50 elite mutant crabs appeared, they instantly clashed furiously with the 60 elite mutant crayfishes. Amidst the slaughter, the victors would gobble up the blood essence from the losers and proceeded to level and enhance themselves. Those level 40 and under mutant beasts had no nuclei. Their bodies, flesh and blood essence were the only things that provided enhancement. Mutant beasts above level 40, as well as variations like the elites and Type 2s, would generate a nuclei. Swallowing the nuclei was the most beneficial form of enhancement and evolution. This was precisely why the beasts were so bloodthirsty. The appeal of evolution was too attractive. The battles between the two hordes near the Type 2 mutant blackfish's carcass were the most brutal. Every few seconds, there would be 1 or 2 elite mutant beasts being clamped in two by the opposing horde, their limbs dismembered and bodily fluids spraying everywhere. Yu Zhong hid at a side and observed the all-out slaughter between the two hordes. It must be said that he was enjoying the spectacle. Any mutant crab or mutant crayfish that got too close to him would be immediately killed. These low-level critters could not pose a threat to the heavily armed Yu Zhong. The encompassing bone armor skill reached its limit, and after detaching, White Bones stood by Yu Zhong's side and waved its huge axe about, chopping any mutant crab or crayfish that got too close. White Bones' continuous slaughter for just a few moments already resulted in the deaths of a few dozens of the mutant beasts. Yu Zhong was seated atop the head of the mutant blackfish, drinking his divine spring tea. It could add a little spirit upon drinking it for the first time, and if the user had expended a huge amount of spirit prior to drinking it, it could replenish spirit quickly. The only downside to it was that the divine spring tea could cause people to become dizzy, and Yu Zhong was actually drinking in right smack in the middle of danger. It was almost like he was courting death. However, Yu Zhong's vitality was indeed high. The incapacitating effects of the tea was rather short-lived for him. That was why he dared to drink the divine spring tea to replenish his spirit even in the midst of danger. Just as Yu Zhong was looking on expectantly at the slaughter between the two hordes, the waters of the river churned again, and this time, a huge mutant crayfish towering over 3 m and a length of over 40 m came out. 50 m away from the appearance of that huge mutant crayfish, a huge mutant crab of over 6 m and pincers of more than 5 m also broke through the water surface. Level 50 mutant beast, Type 2 mutant crayfish. Level 53 mutant beast, Type 2 mutant crab. The moment the two monstrous beasts appeared, those critters of the hordes that were clashing seemed to have received some order, and immediately ceased all entanglement. At the same time, a huge wave rippled out from the middle of the river, a huge crocodile-like head emerged, its body covered entirely with scales, its tail serrated, its height exceeding 8 m, as if a huge tower had emerged out from the lake. Level 66 mutant beast, Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. A huge turtle that is extremely ferocious. Ulamog, the patriarch has arrived. The moment the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle arrived, the Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab went over to their smaller comrades, and they all stood obediently to the side. A huge oppressive aura was overflowing from the body of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. The Type 2 mutant beasts were after all strong and fearsome beasts. This Type 2 mutant snapping turtle was a peak existence amongst the Type 2 mutant beasts, and could easily kill the Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had an extremely cold gaze as it emitted a huge sound. The Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab responded with their own calls. After the sound rang out, the hordes of mutant crayfish and mutant crabs ceased all fighting and started making their way towards Xinglong Street. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle brought its two smaller brothers as they walked towards the direction of Xinglong Street. Not good. If I don't take care these three huge fellows, I'm afraid we can't hold out anymore. Yu Zhong looked at the horde of mutant sea creatures, and his eyes flashed with extreme worry. Chapter 280, Teenagers, Mutants, Ninjas, Turtles. Chapter 0280, Teenagers, Mutants, Ninjas, Turtles. The total number of mutant crayfishes and mutant crabs combined together exceeded over 70,000, while Yu Zhong's forces standing guard at Xinglong Street were only about 500 people. If those two hordes joined forces and attacked Yu Zhong's subordinates, it would almost be impossible to resist. The only consolation was that after obtaining the huge armory of weapons, Yu Zhong's forces had gained a huge amount of ammo and it could be utilized freely here. When the three Type 2 mutant beasts had come upshore about 60 m from the waters, Yu Zhong, who had buried himself inside the body of the Type 2 mutant blackfish, jumped out, and swiftly took out his PF-98 anti-tank rocket and fired a shot at the weakest-looking Type 2 mutant crayfish. With a flash of flame, the rocket shot towards the Type 2 mutant crayfish and exploded on its body. The explosion rang out loudly, and bits of shell and flesh were blasted everywhere, causing a huge wound on the Type 2 mutant crayfish's body as it was almost blasted to smithereens. However, the crayfish was after all known for its extremely hard shell. Even after the rocket had successfully destroyed its shell, it was not enough to destroy its body. Receiving such a grievous wound, the Type 2 mutant crayfish immediately struggled in agony and twisted its body about. Its writhing about caused the surrounding dust to be kicked up, as it accidentally fell into one of the trenches and was pierced in its wound by the numerous sharp steel spikes within, adding on to its misery and pain. Yu Zhong's attack had revealed his position, and the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle and Type 2 crab turned their heads towards him. Yu Zhong didn't dare delay too much, as he switched out another PF-98 and fired a shot at the Type 2 mutant crab. With a flash, the anti-tank missile shot towards and exploded violently on the Type 2 mutant crab's shell, causing a huge hole to be blasted in the Type 2 mutant crab's shell and body as well, and green fluid started flowing out from the Type 2 mutant crab. The mutant crab started struggling in its incomparable pain, and it violently moved about, before also falling into another huge trench Yu Zhong had ordered dug. It flipped and continued scurrying. Just as Yu Zhong wanted to swap out for another PF-98, a huge sense of danger welled up in his heart, and he immediately activated his shadow steps skill, dodging to the side in a frenzy. An extremely sharp ice spear pierced through the space and penetrated Yu Zhong above his left abdomen, across his shoulder. Breaking a hole in his bone-encompassing armor, the ice spear brushed past, almost penetrating his body. Yu Zhong stared fixedly, only to see the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle summoning a huge layer of ice around it, causing its entire body to be submerged in a layer of thick ice, as though it had become a mountain of ice. With just a thought, long spears would be conjured out of thin air, and shot towards Yu Zhong like missiles. Ice control was the special ability belonging to its species, and after seeing Yu Zhong ruthlessly attacking the Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab, it brought out its own abilities as well. Right at this time, Greenie shot down from the sky like a lightning bolt, its talons outstretched, and it grabbed the Type 2 mutant crayfish, and carried it as it rushed towards the skies. The weight of the Type 2 mutant crayfish could not compare to the Type 2 mutant blackfish, and Greenie easily reached a high altitude, before flinging the beast downwards. When the Type 2 mutant crayfish fell from the sky and landed viciously on the ground, it was killed by the impact. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle continued its advance towards Yu Zhong like an ice mountain, continuously firing the ice spears at him. Facing the barrage of attacks from the mutant beast, Yu Zhong flitted about, evading the attacks. Fortunately, his agility was high enough, and he somehow managed to dodge most of the attacks. If he was hit by even one of them, he would most likely be penetrated instantly by 10 ice spears and be made into a corpse. All of a sudden, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle activated its ability, and 30 ice spears shot out from the ice mountain, aiming for Yu Zhong. The many spears locked down any space that he could possibly escape to. It had cunningly forced Yu Zhong to a location with no cover, before activating its killing move. Yu Zhong's expression changed, and he immediately rolled towards a huge trench. The sharp steel beams in the trench pierced him, but fortunately for the bone-encompassing armor, the sharp steel beams could not do any damage to him. The 30 ice spears lost their target, passing through the air and striking the ground, before the ground became a patch of ice, causing the surround temperature to drop by 1 or 2 degrees. Yu Zhong climbed up swiftly from the trench, and hoisting the PF-98, he fired another shot at the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. With a flash, the rocket shot towards the mutant beast explosively. Just after Yu Zhong pulled the trigger, a thick wall of ice appeared out of thin air in front of the mutant beast. With a bang, the rocket exploded, causing a large hole to appear in the wall of ice. Yet it did not do a single thing to the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. What an overpowered mutant beast! Yu Zhong exclaimed as he took a look at the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, not believing his eyes. He had used the PF-98 anti-tank missiles on so many Type 2 mutant beasts, but this was the first time one had actually managed to defend against it. After blocking the impact and explosion from the PF-98 120mm round, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle fired its ice spears at Yu Zhong. While it attacked, it continued moving towards him with big steps. It wanted to thoroughly squash this small enemy. It surprisingly felt a sense of danger from this little bug. Yu Zhong dodged into one of the trenches and evaded the assault of the various ice spears, before swiftly swapping in another rocket with his PF-98. He jumped out in a flash and rolled right in front of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle and fired the anti-tank rocket at point-blank range. With a flash, the anti-tank missile immediately exploded in the face of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, causing the protective layer of ice to be shattered, revealing its shell. However, in just a blink of an eye, the ice layer was immediately reformed. The ice control ability of this Type 2 mutant snapping turtle was truly overpowered, even stronger than the natural defense of most Type 3 mutant beasts. Its only weakness was that the movement on land was reduced, and the attacking speed was affected as well. However, it allowed this Type 2 mutant beast to be a true tyrant amongst its peers. "I don't believe that there is no end to your ice ability." Yu Zhong stared at the mutant beast, while he gritted his teeth and fired another shot towards the head of the mutant snapping turtle. The mutant snapping turtle saw the incoming rocket aimed at its head. It seemed to cease all other movement, and expended its ice control ability to form an ice wall in front of it. With another explosion, the ice wall faced a similar fate as the previous one, and Yu Zhong's attack was contained easily. It was just that Yu Zhong did not show any signs of stopping. Instead, he continued to fire his PF-98 at the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Under the pressure of the rockets, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had no choice but to continue conjuring the ice wall to stop the attack. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle could withstand the anti-tank rockets of Yu Zhong, at the cost of a huge expenditure of its spirit and natural ability to control ice after it had evolved to a Type 2 beast. Its ultimate defense would not be able to withstand Yu Zhong's attacks for long. Yu Zhong swiftly swapped out the rockets of the PF-98 continuously and did not let up, firing multiple rockets at the mutant beast and slowly wearing down its ice ability. On the other side, after dealing with the Type 2 mutant crayfish, Greenie flapped its wings and shot towards the Type 2 mutant crab, grabbing it and flying to the skies before flinging it the same way it did with the Type 2 mutant crayfish. Upon forcefully crashing onto the ground, it was killed by the impact. Even its incredibly hard shell could not withstand the force and protect its life. The moment the Type 2 mutant crayfish and mutant crab met their end, the smaller mutant crayfishes and crabs had no way of maintaining the peace and went back slaughtering amongst themselves. Near Xinglong Street, the horde of mutant crayfish, mutant crabs and humans were engaged in a killing frenzy. However, when the two hordes attacked each other, the pressure on Yu Zhong's side was lessened by a great deal. This made it so that they only had to deal with those mutant beasts that breached the defense and were intending to attack the humans. After which, they just had to watch the show and observe the two hordes killing each other. Yu Zhong had fired a total of 22 rockets, almost exhausting his entire supply of anti-tank ammunition. In Yu Zhong's storage ring, he had kept 30 loaded PF-98 anti-tank rocket launchers. After firing the 30 of them, he had to reload them individually. The PF-98 was extremely tyrannical, useful and efficient when dealing with higher-level zombies. Yu Zhong could not possibly keep all the PF-98s with himself and without leaving for any of his troop. That way, even if he was extremely well prepared, his subordinates might meet an undeserving end without ample firepower. Under Yu Zhong's constant onslaught, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle was forced to expend a lot of its ice control ability, and there was a dispirited look in its eyes. After blocking the latest rocket from Yu Zhong, it actually turned around and made its way back towards the river. This type of high-level mutant beasts possessed some intelligence, and knew that if it could not win, it would definitely retreat, instead of maintaining a futile resistance stupidly. Good chance! Yu Zhong saw the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle trying to escape towards the river, and his eyes flashed with delight and let out a victorious roar. From the sky, Greenie flew downwards like an arrow, its hook-like talons viciously aiming for the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle could only stop in its tracks, and lifted its head, before controlling the ice layer around its head to form an ice spear to shoot at Greenie. Greenie flapped its wings, and changed directions in midair, dodging the ice spear extremely easily. However, it was forced to stay at a distance because of the ice spear, and did not dare approach the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Instead, it circled in the air, exerting a pressure on the behemoth. Yu Zhong's body flashed forward. In a short span of less than 10 seconds, he caught up with the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, shooting out a bone spear from his back, propelling him onto the turtle's back. The moment he jumped on the back, he activated his devil flame, and a huge fiery ball of flame blossomed in his hands, exploding towards the head of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Under the intense burning of the devil flame, the ice layer covering the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle started to melt. The burning capabilities of fire was the best counter to ice. Of course, the prerequisite was that both must be of similar levels in terms of power. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had expended a lot of energy to defend against Yu Zhong's attacks earlier. Now its ice control ability was running out of power to stand against his devil flames. When the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle noticed its ice layer melting, it immediately withdrew its head and limbs into its shell, controlling the remaining ice to seal up the holes in the shell. Yu Zhong exerted all his strength to force the devil flame through the holes, melting the ice quickly. The ice walls were constantly melted down and refrozen, but each time the layer got thinner. After about 10 seconds of exposure, Yu Zhong's devil flame finally burned through the wall and made contact with the head of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. When it was touched by the scorching hot devil flame, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle immediately stuck out its limbs, and pushed with all its strength, rolling rapidly on the floor. Yu Zhong landed on the ground after leaping off its back, while controlling the devil flame to continue assaulting the head of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. In a flash of inspiration, he activated his tamer technique and guided it towards the mutant beast. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had its ice control ability worn down entirely by Yu Zhong, and was tormented by the devil flame that he used. The moment the tamer technique landed on its body, it barely reacted. A strange rune appeared on the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle's forehead, and gently entered its brain. That rune entered in between the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle's brows, and Yu Zhong felt a strange sense of connection between himself and the beast form. Chapter 280. Taming the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Chapter 281. Huge Victory. Chapter 0281. Huge Victory. Yu Zhong felt excited. He was initially worried that it would require more energy to try and tame the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. At the very least, he might have needed to try 3 times. He did not expect that he would be successful upon the first try. Yu Zhong immediately stopped the burning of the devil flame. After all, it was a mutant beast under his control now, and he did not want to injure his pet. The moment Yu Zhong ceased his devil flame, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle immediately crawled towards him. It came to Yu Zhong and lowered its head, expressing subservience. Yu Zhong took a look at the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, only to discover that its eyes were showing signs of exhaustion, as it had expended a huge part of its energy, to the point of injury. The black fish's green slime projectile, as well as the ice mountain and ice wall skills of this Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, were the last resorts of such mutant beasts. However, activating them came at a huge price. After expending huge amounts of energy, they would become weak. Therefore, unless they came across a powerful opponent, they would usually not resort to these moves. As Yu Zhong had incapacitated the other Type 2 mutant beasts with his PF-98, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had spared no effort to try and deal with him. Let's call you Turtle. Yuzhong looked at his new pet that was the size of a bungalow, and proclaimed its name in an extremely satisfied manner. Yuzhong had no talent in coining names. He liked it simple, so as long as he could say it easily, it would suffice. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle nodded its head, seemingly accepting the name. After all, it possessed some intelligence. After being connected with Yuzhong, it could understand a bit of his speech. Yuzhong looked at his new pet turtle and his eyes flashed with excitement and joy. It was a Type 2 mutant beast, and extremely powerful. It could even block the power of PF-98 anti-tank rounds. With this new Type 2 mutant beast, the river would become Yuzhong's inexhaustible resource. With Turtle's help, as long as Yuzhong gave the command, the entire river channel would become Yuzhong's fishing grounds. Similarly, with just an order, the entire channel could only allow fishing and no boat. Yuzhong looked at the exhaustion in Turtle's eyes, and immediately retrieved the 2 nuclei that he picked from the Type 2 black fishes. When Turtle saw the 2 nuclei, its eyes brightened up, and stuck its tongue out, swallowing the 2 nuclei from the Type 2 mutant black fish. Yuzhong had not discovered any use for the nuclei. It did not seem to have any effect on humans. However, it was different for mutant beasts. Greenie could evolve so quickly into a Type 2 beast was precisely because Yuzhong gave it plenty of nuclei to swallow, of which there were nuclei from the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar and mutant water snake, that had hastened the evolution process. After Turtle swallowed the 2 nuclei, its eyes seemed to shine with vigor, and its health started to regenerate quickly. Yuzhong saw that Turtle was recovering well, and jumped on top of Turtle and commanded, "Turtle, let's charge! Take care of those guys." Hearing Yuzhong's command, Turtle started to take huge steps towards the battlefield of the mutant crabs and mutant crayfishes. Turtle's speed was not extremely fast, but that was when compared to mutant beasts of the same level on land. It was after all a Type 2 mutant beast, its body massive. Every step it took was like tens of steps taken by a human. Its ordinary movement could already match up to an enhancer with 6 times the speed of a normal human. If it exerted its strength, it could reach up to speeds 9 times that of humans. Turtle charged and crushed everything in its path. All the mutant crabs and mutant crayfish unfortunate enough to be in its path would become meat paste. When those ordinary mutant crayfishes and mutant crabs lost their Type 2 leaders, they launched an assault on Turtle. However, while their claws were sharp, they could not do anything to Turtle's defense, since it was a Type 2 mutant beast. What monster is that? Heavens! There's such a monster! The soldiers of the 8th Battalion, who were guarding Xinglong Street, noticed the building-like turtle, and their eyes were filled with shock. The size of the mutant beast was too shocking. "Boss Yu! It's Boss Yu! Commander Yu! Goodness, it really is Commander Yu on top that mutant beast! What? He even managed to subdue such a beast?" The soldiers of 8th Battalion and the Special Combat Force saw Yuzhong on top of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, and their morale shot through the roof. Countless shots were fired and bullets rained on the horde of mutant crabs and mutant crayfishes, riddling them with holes. The Special Combat Forces also rushed out to engage the mutant crabs and mutant crayfishes in battle, although the experience gained would not be too much. Accumulating it all would still be beneficial. Yuzhong urged Turtle towards the elite mutant crayfishes and elite mutant crabs engaged in slaughter amongst themselves. Turtle quickly reached their location as it opened its huge mouth and bit off the heads of the elite mutant beasts, gobbling them up. When the elite mutant crayfishes and elite mutant crabs saw that the tyrannical turtle attacking them, they dispersed and scattered, each trying to make a run for it. These elite mutant beasts possessed intelligence, and could sense the overbearing danger from the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Without the adequate strength, they could not even muster the courage to face it. When the elite mutant beasts of both hordes started to scatter, it created confusion and chaos amongst the hordes. A huge number of the mutant beasts also made their way towards the river, escaping into the water. We won! We won! Seeing the elite mutant beasts retreating and escaping like a receding tidal wave, the entire Xinglong street erupted in celebration. Many of the soldiers of the 8th Battalion were elated. Earlier, when the two hordes had moved against them together, they were sure that they were going to die. Never did they imagine that the mutant beasts would suddenly fell apart, and escaped towards the river. Go back to the river! Yuzhong patted Turtle's head and gave it an order. Turtle nodded towards Yuzhong, and lifted its massive body as it entered the waters. After the huge victory, the entire stretch of land from Xinglong Street to the river was filled with corpses of mutant crayfishes, mutant crabs and mutant blackfishes. Yuzhong immediately ordered some troops to keep watch and sealed the place, not allowing any outsiders in. This time, the huge number of mutant beasts that had launched an assault on them resulted in the deaths of 9 soldiers from the 8th Battalion and another 8 with injuries. However, Yuzhong had gained a lot more. Over 10,000 mutant crayfishes and mutant crabs had been beaten to death on the ground. On top of that, there were over 100 mutant blackfishes as well as the bodies of 6 Type 2 mutant beasts. The corpses were enough to provide 1,000 tons of food for Yuzhong. Furthermore, this was not normal meat. Instead, it was mutant beast meat, which was an incredible gift that helped nourish the bodies of normal people who ate it, especially those who had been tormented by hunger over an extended period of time. It was the best supplement for those people to recover. The survivors that Yuzhong had arranged to be sent out of Xinglong Street were brought back. All the women and ladies were put to work, dehelling the mutant beasts and collecting their meat. After all, such a huge load of meat could not be eaten in a day. A huge portion of it would be converted to dried food or canned food, otherwise most of it would start to decompose in a few days. Commander Yu, I'm afraid we don't have enough manpower. De Guzi observed the ongoing work and reported to Yuzhong. Although Yuzhong had deployed all available hands, for 8,000 people to handle 1,000 ton of mutant beast meat, everyone had to handle over 100 gene of meat. Out of the 8,000 survivors, 3,000 were kids, and the responsibilities were too much for them to handle. Yuzhong directly commanded, "Go notify Taiyin. Get her to bring 10,000 survivors to help deal with the meat. Get those who handle the 6 Type 2 mutant beasts to send the meat directly to the processing plant." Yuzhong had spent 50 tons of food to buy a processing plant from Wenbaogua, as well as another 50 tons to purchase generators and fuel, to support the manufacturing of processed meat. The meat of the Type 2 mutant beasts were exceptional treats that were hard to come by. As long as the weak survivors were to eat a few genes, they could recover their health quickly. If the soldiers who fought at the front lines continuously managed to eat the processed meat, it would help their recovery in battle. The moment Taiyin received Yuzhong's orders, she delegated and deployed 10,000 survivors to join in the handling. Everyone near the riverbank was working hard. They were in high spirits, as they received news that there would be a feast that night. The anticipation of the tasty seafood in their hands fueled their drive in handling the meat. Chapter 282. Intel on the Horde of 1 Million Zombies. Chapter 0282. Intel on the Horde of 1 Million Zombies. Even Ji Qingwu and Zhuo Yadong, who were considered experts, were assigned to help cut up the hard shells of the mutant beast. Yuzhong even lent his blacktooth blade to Ji Qingwu to use. The level 4 treasure blacktooth blade was incredibly sharp under the blade's strengthening skill of Ji Qingwu. Even the tough scales of the Type 2 mutant blackfish that had withstood Yuzhong's PF-98 anti-tank rounds were cleanly cut apart by Ji Qingwu, revealing the fresh fish flesh underneath. Ulamog, say that 5 times fast. Fresh fish flesh. The Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab had shells that were slightly tougher though. Even Ji Qingwu found it hard to cut apart their scales regardless of the combination of her skill and the black-tooth blade. Zhuo Yadong, however, had an idea. She wielded her mace that was over 100 jin, lifting and swinging it downwards to shatter the shell into pieces. Doing this, she slowly broke them apart. Under the joint efforts of over 18,000 people, and by the time evening fell, the countless mutant beasts' carcasses near the river had been cleaned up. Only a huge mountain of bones from the Type 2 mutant blackfishes were left. If it was just Yu Zhong alone, he would definitely have no way of settling the issue with the meat of the dead mutant beast. However, what he could not accomplish on his own, 18,000 could easily accomplish it. In the evening, the survivors under Yu Zhong's banner started cooking the seafood. Every survivor of age received a gene of mutant black fish meat, while the kids received half a gene of mutant black fish meat. The black fish meat was absolutely fresh, and even tastier than the meat of the black fish prior to the apocalypse. The survivors sat together and enjoyed the fish soup while eating the fish meat, and everyone had satiated expressions on their faces. They were extremely satisfied with their lives currently. As long as they did their work honestly, not only were they able to eat their fill, they could enjoy meat as well. At the same time, the territory under Yu Zhong was the best governed amongst the rest of the county. If there was something they had to say they were unhappy about, it would be that there were too many rules. The slightest infringement of a law could result in whipping, but the main point was that after being whipped, the person would be chased out of the camp. Seeing those survivors who fell back into hard times the moment they were forced out, all the survivors under Yu Zhong's care were secretly alert, and constantly reminded themselves never to flout any rule. White Bones walked to the huge pile of bones, and activated its bone manipulation ability to absorb the bones into its body. Your special summon, White Bones, has gained an enhancement of 15 points to endurance. Yu Zhong was sitting in his own quarters, and when he heard the sweet sound of a system notification, he was not distracted in the slightest. Instead, he popped the 6 blood essences from the Type 2 mutant beasts into his mouth and swallowed. The moment the 6 blood essences entered Yu Zhong's abdomen, they transformed into a warmth that surged throughout him, nourishing and enhancing his body continuously. With the help of blood essences, every pore of Yu Zhong's body started oozing out black dirty blood, and soon he was covered entirely in dark grime. Ulamog, Ciencia elements anyone? After some time has passed, the effects of the 6 blood essences wore off, and Yu Zhong heard the familiar notification of his own enhancement. Congratulations on gaining 40 points in vitality and 10 points in endurance. Due to his increased immunity to the essences, even after swallowing 6 blood essences, he only gained 40 points in vitality and 10 points in endurance. The effects could not compare to the first time he consumed the first blood essence from the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar. Additionally, Yu Zhong had been consuming so many blood essence that even the Type 2 blood essences were starting to lose their potency. Yu Zhong opened his eyes and could feel the tremendous vitality surging within himself. He knew he had grown stronger yet again. What a stench! Yu Zhong sniffed the pungent grime on him and frowned in disgust. He immediately got up and went to take a cold shower, cleaning himself up. After his bath, Yu Zhong came to the dining hall. Right now, the dining hall was filled with many beautiful ladies. Along the long dinner table, on the left, sat Wen Peishan, Tai Yan, Qing Peipei, Zhou Yanxue, while Ji Qingwu, Zhuo Yadong, Yao Yao and Tong Xiaoyun sat on the right. What absolute beauties! Both parties were evaluating the other, and their eyes could not help but widened in shock. The women on both sides were thoroughly awed by each other. Only Yao Yao, that lowly, was still dressed in her military garb, and was glancing around with impatience. She sat restlessly in her seat like a little monkey. No one dared to look at her. In today's battle, the numerous mutant blackfishes that were felled by Yao Yao were above her in enhancement levels. Most importantly was that she was the top agility expert within Yu Zhong's forces. In just terms of agility, even Yu Zhong could not match Yao Yao. After all, he was a spirit and endurance dual attribute evolver. When Yu Zhong came to the main seat, he smiled at the ladies. "There's no need to wait for me. Go ahead and eat, don't stand on ceremony." "I want to eat the claws of the crayfish." Yao Yao immediately reached for the claws of one of the crayfish without reserve, and used her strength to crush the external shell, crunch before digging into the sumptuous meat ravenously. Yao Yao's somewhat childlike behavior broke the awkward atmosphere, and the ladies all started to help themselves to the food. The dining table was truly laden with delicacies. There was mutant crayfish and mutant crab, as well as huge slices of Type 2 mutant black fish meat. Also there was Type 2 mutant crayfish claw meat, as well as Type 2 mutant crab claw meat. It was incredibly tasty and luxurious in this age. The women could not stop once they started, and enjoyed the food tremendously. "Congratulations on gaining 1 point in strength." Tai Yen was enjoying a few mouthfuls of the Type 2 mutant black fish meat when the notification sound rang out in her mind, and her expression was full of joy, and she immediately disregarded her etiquettes and continued to consume her meal in huge bites. She was after all a normal person and not an enhancer. Therefore the meat of the Type 2 mutant black fish was extremely beneficial to her, allowing her to gain a point in strength. "Boss Yu, someone is requesting an audience." Right as the people in the dining hall were enjoying themselves, Zhang He walked in and reported to Yu Zhong. He had already become a member of Yu Zhong's youth corps, and was extremely loyal to Yu Zhong. Loyal even to the point of idolization. He was in charge of relaying messages to and from Yu Zhong, including his orders. "Who?" Yu Zhong frowned and asked in a low voice. Zhang He replied, "She said she's called Xin Shui." Yu Zhong immediately recalled the extremely beautiful and elegant, yet cold to the point of indifferent lady. "Let her in." Yu Zhong thought for a while, before replying softly. He did not have a favorable impression towards Xin Shui, and it was likely the same for her. However, he guessed that she must have something to discuss with him. Under Zhang He's guidance, Xin Shui walked in with a proud gait. Xin Shui eyed the 8 absolute beauties in the dining hall, and her gaze towards Yu Zhong increased in contempt and disgust. "I have something important to discuss with you. Here's not the place." Yu Zhong brought Xin Shui into a meeting room and immediately said, "What do you need? Just say it." Xin Shui directly replied, "I heard that you have taken care of a few Type 2 mutant beasts. I want to use 1 ton of gold to purchase 30 tons of Type 2 mutant beast meat." In SY County, they had also hunted down a Type 2 mutant beast before, but it was at the expense of 2 infantry fighting vehicles, a tank, 3 evolvers, 13 enhancers. The top expert of SY County had also perished after being eaten by the Type 2 mutant beast. However, the nourishing and beneficial properties of the meat from a Type 2 mutant beast were discovered by the top brass of SY County, and it became their privilege alone. Only a few top officials could enjoy it. This time, upon hearing that Yu Zhong had killed a few of these Type 2 mutant beasts, Xin Shui had rushed over at the first minute. Yu Zhong coldly gazed at Xin Shui. "No way. On account of Commander Xin, I can gift you with 20 gene of Type 2 mutant beast meat. As for the gold, keep it for your own use." Gold could move people's heart. Even in SY County, gold was still used as a form of currency, to exchange for food. However, to Yu Zhong, gold was basically trash. It could not be eaten, nor used, and is useless, unless it was given free to him, otherwise he would not even want it. Initially he had agreed to exchange the food for gold was a form of expediency and convenience. Now that he had the sufficient power, he naturally would not lower himself. Xin Shui glared at him coldly. "I knew you wouldn't be willing. Why not we do it like this? I have an important piece of intel to exchange. A top secret one." Yu Zhong continued without batting an eyelid. What intel? Shen Shui responded in an extremely serious manner. There is a horde of zombies that number around 1 million that seems to be aiming for SY County and are currently moving here. Based on their sustained movement speed, within 20 days they would be here to attack. Is this for real? Yu Zhong had a huge change in expression as he bolted up and asked. Initially at Qingyuan County, the horde of 100,000 had already given Yu Zhong a headache, and he had suffered major losses. Now that he was well prepared and had an army as well as the firepower to boot, he was not as apprehensive. He really wasn't, but the figure this time was actually 1 million. That was a different story. It was 10 times larger than the previous time. If they really charged, it would be like an unstoppable ocean wave. Shen Shui replied indifferently, definitely true, this was the result of drones that were sent out to collect info. Furthermore, we lost a total of 10 drones because of this. Amongst the skies, while there were no zombies, there were mutant birds, and the drones that were sent out by the SY County's army would definitely come across some mutant birds, and a number of them were destroyed. Shen Shui looked at Yu Zhong and asked, is this piece of information worth 30 tons of mutant beast meat? Yu Zhong replied heavily, yes. With this, Yu Zhong could go about preparing and preempting disaster. This way he didn't have to wait till the last moment and panic. Chapter 283 Conditions for Deployment. Chapter 0283 Conditions for Deployment. Yu Zhong asked somewhat curiously, what are the military's plans? A horde of over 1 million zombies, this was on a different scale compared to 100,000. The sheer number made Yu Zhong's scalp go numb. The zombies had an advantage over mutant beasts, and that was that they did not know death. Add in the disease and infection they carried with them, this could cause resisting humans to feel desolate. Many of the survivors dared to take up arms against the mutant crabs and mutant crayfishes, yet they would not have the same courage to face the zombies. Shen Shui spoke with extreme confidence. We will initiate a frontal assault, annihilating them completely. At the initial phase of the onset of the apocalypse, the army had defeated the 700,000 zombies in SY County easily. To them, the million-zombie horde was just an issue that required a matter of time. Offense was the best defense, and since the army had a huge amount of modern weaponry, these included the infantry fighting vehicles, assault helicopters and even tanks, they naturally would not fear the million-strong horde. Yu Zhong pondered a while before asking the crucial question, do you have enough ammunition? A modern army that was adequately equipped with logistics and supply would naturally not be afraid of a million-strong horde. However, the logistics issue was currently pressing on SY County. After the SY Army had regained control over SY County and killed off the 700,000-strong horde, its ammunition usage was pretty high. Normally speaking, for an expert like Yu Zhong, it would take a bullet to kill a zombie. However, not everyone were sharpshooters like him. For the inexperienced soldiers, even a few rounds might not be enough to kill a zombie. As for the veterans, they would require a few shots to take out zombies at a distance as well. After wiping out the zombies in SY County, Yu Zhong estimated that the ammunition left should number around 2 million rounds. In fact, when the SY military were clearing SY County, they had expended over 2 million rounds. At the same time, they even used heavy rounds on the horde then, which allowed them to regain control over SY County. However, this led to the huge expenditure of ammunition, and was precisely the reason why Shen Hongyang and the other military heads were not in favor of fighting against Yu Zhong. If the two sides really fought it out, the ammunition would really be depleted quickly. Without ammunition, in a world where danger was everywhere, they would lose their stronghold. Shen Shui gazed at Yu Zhong icily. Our ammunition is sufficient, there's no need for your concern. That's good to hear then. Yu Zhong smiled lightly and did not press further. After a few minutes of silence, Shen Shui stared at Yu Zhong and said, "Yu Zhong, this battle is extremely important to us. My father Shen Hongyang hopes that you can lead your troops and join us in battle, killing the horde as they come." Yu Zhong coldly asked, "If I provide reinforcement, what good is in it for me? Bringing his own troops to assist SY County in facing the zombies? Not only will it consume a huge amount of ammunition, there would be casualties on Yu Zhong's side. If there were no benefits, he would definitely not lend a hand." Yu Zhong's aim was the huge military plants in Longhai County. Even if he brought people to wipe out the horde of million zombies, he wouldn't gain any territory, it would just be a waste of his military strength. Shen Shui frowned and coldly lectured, "Yu Zhong, how can you always only think about your self-interest? Can't you just see the bigger picture? This is an issue concerning the lives and deaths of over a few 100,000 people here in SY County. You should forsake any personal interest, and send your troops as reinforcement, only then can you be considered a hero. If you are willing to send people to help save the county, over a few 100,000 people would be thankful." Yu Zhong eyed the slightly agitated Shen Shui and icily replied, "I'm sorry. I'm not some hero, nor am I looking to become one that your county is looking for. I am just a normal commander. I need to think for my people and subordinates. Without enough benefits, I would definitely not send my troops to their certain death." Yu Zhong continued on with a hint of contempt towards Shen Shui. "Furthermore, Miss Shen Shui, if your father was such a big hero, why isn't he doing anything about Su Tianyang or Peng Ji, those criminals of SY County?" Su Tianyang and Peng Ji were not good things. However, due to the fact they had powerful fathers, even after all the mistakes and catastrophes they caused, they were only grounded. Yu Zhong was not willing to stick his neck out for this type of SY County. Shen Shui grew red in the face upon hearing Yu Zhong's tone and retorted in a loud voice, "What do you understand? My dad has to think of the bigger picture, that was why he chose not to fall out with them. He himself does not condone the actions of Su Tianyang nor Peng Ji." Yu Zhong looked at Shen Shui's flushed face as a result of his provocation and laughed. "Forget it. There's no point in arguing with you. I just want to know, if I send my troops out, what is in it for me? Otherwise, please head back. Otherwise, I am not interested in partaking in this war alongside you guys." Shen Shui gritted her teeth, as she glared at this man in front of her who had managed to become the most hated person in her life. He made her feel that she just wanted to tear him apart. However, she calmed herself down and asked, "Don't you like beautiful women? We will gift to you 20 beautiful women. This should be enough, no?" Yu Zhong was speechless for a moment because of that judgment from De Guzi. His own reputation had become like this. He quickly shook his head and said, "No, it's not enough." Shen Shui's tone became incredibly cold as she replied, "We'll add the 10,000 people you have hired under Taiyan, they will be free to leave SY County. This should be enough." The workers that Taiyan had recruited were all working for Yu Zhong, and their hearts had long since favored him. SY County thus decided to let them join him to get him to deploy his troops. This way, Yu Zhong had in fact gained over 20,000 people from SY County. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed, and he pushed his luck. "Add on another 5,000 men, I will deploy my soldiers." Shen Shui immediately rejected flatly. "Impossible. Letting you take those 10,000 survivors from Taiyan is our bottom line. If you still aren't willing to, then forget it." Yu Zhong pondered for a while longer before he replied, "Fine. I promise you. When the time comes, I will send 3 battalions to take part in the action. However, let me make this clear. My troops will only listen to my commands. Our cooperation will not have any mutual interference." Shen Shui did not press for the issue of command and immediately answered, "Good." After concluding her negotiations with Yu Zhong, Shen Shui immediately left the place. she wasn't willing to stay a moment longer by his side. Shen Shui had just left, when Yu Zhong also set off towards his villa, and beckoned Greenie over. He then proceeded to get on top of its back, and they flew off towards Sy County. He wanted to confirm the intel that Shen Shui had brought. Flying through the skies was not that romantic as people thought. After Greenie had evolved into a Type 2 beast, its flight speed was as fast as the wind speed during a hurricane. Yu Zhong was sitting on its back and could feel the piercing winds as they brushed past him, causing all sorts of discomfort. If it was any other normal person, they would definitely not be able to take the journey. In midair, there were a number of mutant birds that were circling the skies, but they could feel the oppressive aura from the Type 2 mutant bird Greenie, and they all avoided it, not daring to be within a 100 m radius of Greenie. Under Greenie's lead, Yu Zhong came to the skies above Sy County. As his eyesight was better in the night than the day, he could clearly see the surrounding horde of zombies surrounding Sy County, like a sea that had no end. Every direction he looked, there were zombies. Yu Zhong continued his exploration atop Greenie, and discovered that the horde stretched for 10 miles. Furthermore, there were large groups of zombies that came from elsewhere and were joining the horde. Yu Zhong observed the sea of zombies, and he furrowed his eyebrows while thinking nervously, "This time, Sy County will be hard to defend." Based on a rough estimation, Yu Zhong found that the situation was more serious than Shen Shui had estimated. The number was actually way above 1,200,000. The entire population of Sy County prior to the apocalypse numbered 7 million, and within the downtown area, the 700,000 that had turned into zombies were decimated by the military. Throughout the region, there were still a total of over 6 million zombies roaming. The current 1.2 million encroaching the surroundings of the downtown was but only 1/5 of the entire number. However, to deal with just these 1.2 million zombies would be tricky. It must be clear that within Sy County, there was only a regiment of 6,000 soldiers, and that regiment's firepower had been greatly reduced, while the new recruits were aplenty. Under these conditions, wanting to face off an enemy with over 100 times their numbers, it was going to be incredibly difficult. After he finished his investigations and confirmed the seriousness of the situation, Yu Zhong swiftly made his way back to his villa and called for a meeting to delegate duties amongst his commanders. The next day, Yu Zhong arranged for the 8,000 survivors under him to be moved to Ningguang County. Post-apocalypse, fuel was extremely valuable. The journey for the 8,000 survivors was not aided by any vehicles, therefore every single one of them had to make the journey on their own feet to Ningguang County over a 100 li, 50 kilometers, away. Only the warriors of the 8th Battalion and the Special Forces were escorting them on armored vehicles. Within the survivor group, they were mostly women and children. Originally, without the nourishment of the mutant beast meat, just relying on their weak constitution and health, the journey would definitely take toll on at least over 100 people. However, with the supplementary properties of the mutant beast meat, their health and vitality were recovered, and no one showed signs of dropping out of the journey. Almost all the survivors harbored high hopes and looked forward to a new life in a new place. Yu Zhong had given them a life that had steady meals, a decent living, and these led them to anticipate a better future. As for the 10,000 survivors that had been transferred from Taiyan to his hands, he arranged for them to all work in the canned meat processing factory, pushing for the Type 2 mutant beast meat to be packed. At the same time, those meats from the mutant blackfish, crayfish and crabs were all processed into dry meat. To bolster the strength of these 10,000 survivors for the migration journey to come, Yu Zhong specially distributed Type 2 mutant beast meat through Taiyan to these survivors. Only the Type 2 mutant beast meat could quickly replenish and nourish their health, while the ordinary mutant beast meat might be delicacies hard to come by. Compared to the more precious Type 2 mutant beast meat, the effects were not as beneficial. when those 10,000 survivors ate the distributed Type 2 mutant beast meat, every single one of them regained their vitality swiftly, and became extremely energized, and their work became even faster. Out of the 10,000 survivors, Yu Zhong then selected another 2,000 robust males, and formed a new preliminary group. Chen Shirtu was transferred to act as the chief instructor over this preliminary group, and started to train and instruct them. They were preparations made by Yu Zhong to replenish the ranks of the various teams as new recruit. The preliminary team got to eat meat and rice every day, and the food consisted of the meat from mutant blackfish as well as the Type 2 variant, causing the rest who were not selected to be envious. They wished to be selected as well, but Yu Zhong had closed off the selection after 2000. Furthermore, the back-end factories all required manpower to manufacture all sorts of weapons against the zombies, turning the hide and skin from the mutant beasts into protective garments, as well as repacking ammo. All these support jobs required manpower. Without sufficient people, the fighting forces would not have the equipment and supplies. On the other side, as per Yu Zhong's commands, Lu Erei, Xiongzheng, Zhang Youjiang and Guo Quan brought 4 battalions to Sy County. Guo Quan had become the first in command in Ningguang County's 1st Battalion after Yu Zhong, and was in charge of Ningguang County's 1st Battalion when Yu Zhong was not around. These 4 battalions consisted of numerous elite veterans from Qingyuan County that served as the backbone, and after countless battles against zombies, they had all grown together. They were no longer some motley crew that would fall apart at the first sign of trouble. Yu Zhong's elite soldiers from Qingyuan County within the 1st, 2nd and 3rd Battalion remained at Qingyuan County, maintaining their defense and constant assault towards Longhai County, wiping out the zombies towards the direction of Longhai County. They searched for resources and rescued any survivors, expanding their power slowly. The moment all 4 battalions of Yu Zhong arrived, the entire Sy County was shocked. This time when Yu Zhong entered the city with grandeur, everyone could see the amount of preparation and equipment on each and every soldier of the battalions. On top of that, there were various advanced weaponry and machinery escorting the troops, including the 14 5mm double-mounted machine guns, red arrows, Type 95 anti-air missile vehicles, 40 self-propelled rocket launchers. They were not lacking in any sense. Sy County's own army could not even compare with it. When Sy County had re-established themselves after the onset of the apocalypse, they only had 2 regiments left. These were the second line of attack, and weren't the elite soldiers, they didn't even have tanks prior. The tanks and assault helicopters they obtained were borrowed for the purpose of the exercise. As for Yu Zhong, he had opened up a real mechanized infantry brigade, and thus his equipment and weaponry was much more advanced. Chapter 284 Deployment. Chapter 0284 Deployment. Upon seeing the equipment and strength of Yu Zhong's troops, everyone in Sy County celebrated the fact that they had not gone head-to-head with Yu Zhong. Based on his weapons and machinery, if it had really come to a clash, even if they won against Yu Zhong, they would have suffered greatly. While equipment was not the deciding factor of the success of a battle, it was one of the strongest factors. If 2 armies of similar size were to clash and one side was using rifles against the other with tanks, it was next to impossible. Commander Yu, according to our agreement, please send your troops to assist with the clearing of zombies. When Yu Zhong arrived, the army had sent out an envoy to remind Yu Zhong. I know. Go tell Commander Shen that I'm about to set off. Yu Zhong directly replied. After the fierce battle between Su Dongming and Yu Zhong, the tanks and assault helicopters that were destroyed by Yu Zhong, as well as the numerous elite soldiers that were annihilated, Su Dongming's once tyrannical military strength was greatly diminished. It had fell to the lowest position of the 5 major heads, and was now only the vice division commander. The division commander post went to the strongest now, which was Shun Hongyang. Of course, the other three powers only had their smaller corps, but were conferred the vice division commander posts as well. After sending the envoy on his way, Yu Zhong went to find Guo Quan. Guo Quan, this place here is our path of retreat. If this place comes under attack, the brothers of the 4 battalions will all be in peril. This time, I'm bringing the troops to clean up the horde. You have to protect this place. Are there any questions? This time, Yu Zhong only intended to bring 4 battalions to fight at the front line. The best of Ningguang County was kept at Sy County, to prevent any potential trouble. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, anything could happen. Yu Zhong did not wish to see while he was fighting in the front line, his path of retreat would be suddenly cut off by his allies. Guo Quan stared at Yu Zhong, and his face displayed a resolute expression as he replied, "No problem, Commander Yu, even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely defend this place." Guo Quan had went through countless battles, and grown from a normal survivor to become the vice-commander of the 1st Battalion of Ningguang County. He was an exceptional military personnel. War was the best form of tempering, and it had caused Guo Quan to grow into a good commander in just the short span of 2 months. Yu Zhong left Guo Quan, while bringing Ningguang County's 2nd, 3rd and 4th Battalion, Sy's 8th Battalion, and his special forces. He left with a total of 5 battalions and joined the military as they made their way towards the zombie horde that was coming. Sy County's military had also mobilized a total of 5,000 people, marching towards the direction of Sy County. Due to the preciousness of fuel, other than the self-propelled rocket launchers, and the infantry fighting vehicles, as well as the various armored vehicles, the rest of the fighters had to use their feet to march on. Sy's army had been attacking their way towards Sy County, and a large number of the zombies along the way had been killed by them. Yu Zhong's forces thus had a relatively relaxed time. After 2 days, Yu Zhong's forces had come to a clearing that was about 10 kilometers away from Sy County. The entire 8,000-strong army was segregated into 6 parts. The mutual trust between each party was not strong, especially since the relationship between Yu Zhong and Su Dongming was like water and fire. The 8,000-strong army split into 6 different paths as they went on to clash with the zombies. While both Yu Zhong and the military of Sy were on guard against one another, they were also using one another. The zombies were the enemies of humanity. Not only were they Sy's problem, they were Yu Zhong's problem as well. The moment Sy County fell to these zombies, they would target Yu Zhong next. Yu Zhong led his troops and they came to a stop at Tiger's Mouth Gorge. Tiger's Mouth Gorge was a channel that led to Sy County. It had 2 hills that were a few tens of meters high on either side. The space of the valley in between only allowed for a maximum of 2 huge tracks to pass through. It was easy to defend and tough to attack, and was the perfect place to set up defense. The moment they arrived at Tiger's Mouth Gorge, Yu Zhong commanded the 1st and 2nd Battalion to commence work on some construction. A few steel barbed wires were laid out, while some steel strips, wooden fences, barricades and a huge pit soon appeared in the gorge itself. The 2 small hills on either side were then occupied by some of Yu Zhong's troops, in case the zombies made use of them to break past this line of defense. After bringing the troops to Tiger's Mouth Den, he handed over command to Su Jing'ang. Su Jing'ang was an outstanding officer, and had experienced many battles against both zombies and mutant beasts. Commanding a battle of defense was not an issue. Yu Zhong himself went to the command center. The 5 heads of the military were currently within giving commands as well. There were many drones activated in the skies, with positions as the commanders of the military. The heads only had to give out orders from within the safe confinements of the command center, while the battle would be fought by the subordinates. Yu Zhong also obtained a few command vehicles and drones, however. He did not have the technical know-how to train up UAV, unmanned aerial vehicles, personnel. Therefore, he could only watch as the equipment collected dust within the armory. Su Dongming saw Yu Zhong walking over as he coldly snorted, before turning his head and not looking in his direction. Yu Zhong possessed a military might that was way stronger than Su Dongming, and thus he could only resort to such petty means to display his unhappiness. As for picking a fight with Yu Zhong, Su Dongming was not that stupid. Shin Hongyang saw Yu Zhong entering and laughed. "Yu Zhong, you're here. Are your preparations done?" This time, Yu Zhong had deployed more men than Shin Hongyang had expected, and thus he had a more favorable impression of him. Yu Zhong laughed. "My side's done. I can deploy them any time." Shin Hongyang casted a meaningful look to Yu Zhong. "Let's set off then. Begin the assault." The 6 heads gave the command within the command center, and their subordinates set off and began their ferocious assault on the zombie horde. Various self-propelled rocket launchers spat out fire in a frenzy, as the rockets landed in the densely packed horde of zombies, blasting several patches of zombies into smithereens. Regardless of the strong L1 or L2 which had high defense, or even the speedy S2S, any zombie that got caught in the blast zone of the rocket would immediately be rendered into pieces. After a round of fearsome blasting, the soldiers of the military proceeded forward with the armored vehicles as cover and started their assault. With the barrage of the bullets covering the battlefield, huge patches of zombies would fall like wheat that was reaped. The zombies that had been caught by surprise seemed to awaken from their stupor as they quickly reacted, and under the command of the Z-type, the zombies made for the soldiers like a huge wave. The moment the horde moved, it was unstoppable, and the soldiers from the military experienced for themselves firsthand the true fear of being charged by zombies. Initially, when they had launched their assault, the zombies were not organized, and were easily disposed of, but this time it was very different. One can imagine how the waves of assault that came from an organized charge of over 1 million zombies was unstoppable. Behind the army, the numerous self-propelled rocket launchers and Type 40 rocket launchers fired their missiles in a frenzy into the horde, blasting more patches of zombies to oblivion. Under the barrage of heavy fire, the densely packed zombie horde had lost over 30,000 of their numbers. If it was a human army that had lost 30,000 of their comrades, the morale would have been lost. However, these zombies knew no fear nor death, and continued their relentless assault towards the soldiers and the weaponry. The pockets of dead, flattened zombies were quickly filled up by other zombies. The soldiers continued their relentless firing, and the fearsome attack rained down on the zombies, killing many of them. Those zombies which were rushing towards them in a frenzy would find themselves dead before they even managed to get too close. However, the waves making up 1 million zombies were more terrifying than facing 1,000 or even 10,000 zombies. It was as though there was no end to the nightmare. The relentless barrage of bullets did not seem to stop, and under those firing conditions, many of the heavy and light machine guns, as well as rifles, had heated up by the continuous firing. The military soldiers immediately swapped out their guns and barrels, and during the switch, the firepower was reduced by a lot. Just as the soldiers from the army paused in their attacks, the horde suddenly split open, and over 100 H-1s suddenly appear, as they opened their mouths and shot numerous fireballs at the armored vehicles. Many of the vehicles were instantly destroyed at the first moment of that fireball attack. As they exploded, it engulfed and killed the nearby soldiers. The moment the first attack was successful, the countless S2s hiding within the horde immediately shot outwards with speeds like howling winds towards the soldiers. The speed of the S2s were incredibly fast, crossing a distance of over 100 m in only 7 seconds. Although many of the soldiers had finished reloading, quite a number of S2s had already reached the soldiers, and used their claws to slash at the soldiers, killing lots of them. Facing the sudden attack of the S2s, the soldiers of the military immediately lost their fighting spirit and started to escape towards the back. Covering fire! Covering fire! Under the orders of the command center, the self-propelled rocket launchers, mortars, multi-barreled missiles all fired at will into the horde of zombies. Large patches of the horde were instantly pulverized and swallowed in flames, burnt into crisps. Those huge H-1s numbering in the hundreds were also turned into ash. The various enhancers within the army also made their moves and started slaughtering the S-2s. Everyone must fight if they want to survive. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.